Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had a villainous side part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗺𝗕 from WhatIf. So let's start the video. Prologue. It was a regular day in class A and UA. Nizu was looking over some stuff in his office. All Might was in the teacher lounge drinking tea, and Eraserhead was currently teaching class A. As everyone in class was taking note, suddenly boom was heard. Ida, what was that? Mina, whatever it was, it can't be good. Eraserhead, everyone, calm down. He began looking around for anything out of the originals. As he looked around, he didn't notice someone floating down next to him. Seeing class A now, it is a whole lot different. Everyone in the class had a shocked expression before anyone could do anything. Eraserhead fired his scarf at the mysterious person and wrapped him up in it. Oh, so this is the infamous Eraserhead scarf. Pretty impressed. The person smiled at Eraserhead. Eraserhead, clearly on guard. Who are you? And what are you doing in my class? Well, I came to grab you all. But I want to come to see y'all first before I teleport. It more fun that way. The person at Eraserhead. Eraserhead tightens his scarf around the person. Eraserhead, that doesn't answer my first question. Who are you? And why do you think I would let you kidnap any of my students? Aw, you are a big softie. I guess the others are right when they say you just put on a tough act. But I guess I can answer your question. Who am I? Well, that depends. Who's asking? I go by many names in different worlds. But if I had to choose this one, I would say Slayer. Bakugo. That is a stupid name. Who named some idiot that? Slayer had a monotone face on and brought his hands up to sigh. Slayer, I promised myself I wouldn't hurt this little ht, but I haven't even gotten started yet and already want to punch this butt in the nose. Bakugo, you want to go extra? I will take you on villain. Ida. Bakugo, calm down, we shouldn't try to fight this person yet. Slayer, it's okay Ida, as much as Mr. Boom Boom over there needs a good butt kicking, I won't do it for now. Ida, why you know my name? Slayer, oh of course I know all your names, your past, present, somewhat of your future, your skills, what you like and dislike, who you like, and more. He still had a smile on his face. Most of the class was shocked by this, and many of them got in a fighting stance. Slayer sees this and raises his hands in defense. Oh, sorry about that, I didn't mean to come out as a villain. Even though I wouldn't try to fight me, Slayer begins to laugh. Kirishima, and why is that? Mineta, why you're currently tied up? Slayer looks at him confused, then looks down. Silly me, I forgot I still had this on me. 1 second. He quickly reached his hand out and slowly took the scarf off to everyone's shock. I'm much better man. When you're giving God power, you sometimes forget what it's like being weak. He began to laugh. Everyone looked at him in shock and tried to process just how easy that was. Momo, excuse, did you just say God powers? Slayer, never thought I would hear Momo stutter like that. I should ask the other Verser owner how it went for them when they showed them their ability, but now that I think about it, not that many of them have gone this long without being in the pocket dimensions. I should hurry this up, but I'm having too much fun right now. Slayer was smiling, which was putting everyone on edge. Out the corner of he could see Eraserhead sweating nervously. **, you don't have to worry Eraserhead, I'm not going to harm your student. Well, that depends on Mr. Boom Boom over there, pointing to Bakugo. Bakugo, you want to go? You ain't no god. You just trying to scare us. In an instant, before anyone could relax, Slayer was in front of Bakugo floating in the air, crisscross looking at him with a devilish smile. Slayer, scare my dear cuckin, trust me, what I can do more than just scare you. With a flick of my finger I could destroy this school and you without a care in the world. Oh, better yet, how about I make you quirkless? Then you can take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a better quirk in the next life. Bakugo and Izuku both flinched at that statement. Bakugo growls. Bakugo, how do you know that? Slayer, begin to laugh and float up a bit. Oh, Bakugo, it like I said, had more of a darker look face. I know everything about y'all, so don't think you're safe as long I'm around. Now to answer your question, Miss Princess. Pointing to Momo. Momo, Miss Princess? Slayer, you see in this world y'all have something called quirks, so by this universe you can call my quirk god gift, but unlike y'all I have no drawbacks? Everyone became more shocked by this, and Izuku raised his hand. Izuku, please put your hand down. I like you, little dude. I'm not about to answer over questions. Izuku put his hand down, nervously chuckled. Sorry. Slayer, it alright, you little green cinnamons roll, your soul is too pure, but we'll get to that later. Izuku, so, you said you don't come to kill any of us. So you're not a villain, but you're not a hero. Slayer, nope, you know what, before we go in further let's change things up first. Let's go to the theater. He snapped his fingers. Izuku, wait, what? The next thing that happens is a bright flash, and the entire class falls into something very soft. They all look around and see they're in a theater. Ashido, we're in a theater now. Mike, Eraserhead, what is going on here? Eraserhead, some random guy appears in my class and teleports us here. He supposedly has a quirk that gives him godlike ability. All Might, what? How is that possible? Slayer, well, it's simple, I'm not fully affected by the rules that govern this world. He appears beside All Might. All Might was startled and spit some BLD out. You're okay, old man? All Might, old man. Slayer made a napkin appear and handed it to All Might. Thank you, I'm guessing you're the one who teleports us here. Slayer, ding, ding. All Might, that was my doing. Now I'm sure some of you have some question, mainly the teachers, so before I answer some of your question I need to teleport a few more. So, Slayer snaps his finger, and Class B with Vlad King appears. Vlad King, where are we? Monoma, Class A trash? Slayer, okay, let's calm down a bit everyone. Rin, who are you? Slayer, like I told class, I'm the person who brought you here. Now I need you to hang on while I bring some others. He snaps his fingers, and the Wild Wild Pussycats, Kota, the Big Three, and Eri appear. Mirio, where are we? How did we get here? Slayer, raising his hand guilty as charged, chuckling a bit. Nijire, are you a villain? Tilting her head to the side. Slayer, no, my blue fairy, I'm not a villain, you don't have to worry, I will not hurt any of you, that includes Mr. Boom Boom. Looking at Bakugo, who just growls. Some of the others there were trying super strong not to laugh at that nickname. Eri and Kota look around for a bit, then stop when they notice green hair and see their hero. They ran towards him and yelled his name. Eri/Kota, Deku. Everyone turns to see what happens and see the two little bundles of sunshine running into the arms of Izuku. Izuku, Eri, Kota. As they tackle him, all three of them fall onto Izuku's back. They all then look at each other and begin to giggle, and Izuku laughs with them. Slayer, all my heart can explore for this level of cuteness. But I must stay strong, mainly knowing it's gonna be a ride for what they're about to go through. We still got a few more to go. He snapped his finger again and Inko, Mitsuki, Masaru, Rei, Gran Torino, Fuyumi, and Tsukachi. Midoriya's Todoroki Bakugo. Mom/𝗵/Ichis. Inko, Rei, Mitsuki, Izuku/Shoto/Bratz. Inko, Izuku, what's going on here? Fuyumi, Shoto, what's going on? And why is Mom here? Slayer, that would be my doing. They all turn around to see Slayer rubbing the back of his head. Don't worry, Izuku and them aren't in trouble. I brought you myself. And you're not in danger or anything. I will let you know if anyone try to attack or even try to hurt you. I make their relationship with the ground very NTMT. Slayer had a darker tone, voice, and face when he said that last part, which made most of them sweated. Now I have about 2 group to bring. This first group isn't so bad, but the second group, let's save that until I teleport. But up first. Sniff. Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Mirko, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Fat Gum Centipeder, Bubble Girl, and Ms. Jokes appear. Best Jeanist, what the? The heroes look around and see nearly all UA and both heroes' classes here. Centipeder, Mirio. What going on here? Mirio, some crazy guy somehow teleports all us here for some reason he hasn't told us. Slayer, vote. And I'm not that crazy compared to someone like 𝗵𝗵𝗃 who doesn't pull any punches. He said that last part in a low tone. 𝗵𝗏𝗲, are you a villain? Tell me now so I can take care of you now. He stared at 𝗵𝗏𝗲 and started to laugh. Everyone looked around and to see what was so funny, some just shrugged their shoulders. 𝗧𝗟, oh man I'm sorry but asterisk start to laugh again asterisk. 𝗵𝗏𝗲 was starting to get 𝗧𝗟 wiped a tear out his eyes. Okay, first off no I'm not a villain and trust, and believe me you don't hold a candle to what I can do. 𝗳𝗏𝗧𝗏, you're sure, full of yourself, 𝗧𝗟. I'm not full of myself if I'm able to teleport y'all to basically a pocket dimension, so tell me what makes me full myself? None of them answer. That's what I thought now. First I want all of you to take your seats. Everyone slowly started to take seats, some gave each other the stink eye, you can guess who and to whom it was toward. 𝗧𝗟, now there's just one more group I have to teleport here but I want to make one thing clear, mainly to you, Flaming Trash Can 𝗵𝗏𝗲, Flaming Trash Can. Some of the pros weren't trying to laugh. 𝗧𝗟, did I stutter? I know what I said now as I was saying I want no fighting. I'm hoping y'all have some self-control doubt it. He snaps his finger, and the LOV appears. 𝗧𝗟𝗏𝗏, 𝗑𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Mr. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, Spinner, Twice, 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, and AFO was there. 𝗑𝗏𝗏, what the hell? 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏, villains. All Might, all for one. Eraserhead, what are they doing here? 𝗧𝗟𝗏𝗏. Heroes. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗧𝗕𝗓, I can't wait to make all of y'all covered in BLDFO. Well, All Might. 𝗵𝗏𝗲𝗏, should have guessed you were bring villain here. They all got ready to fight. 𝗧𝗟, snap his finger again and everyone was seated. 𝗧𝗟𝗏𝗏, what the? FO, such a powerful quirk? FO smile. 𝗧𝗟, don't try it, you walking corpse, you couldn't get close to me unless I allow you to. It wouldn't matter, I already disabled your quirks because you idiots can't seem to listen to a simple direction. 𝗧𝗏, it doesn't matter, I saw this coming from a mile away. He looked down and saw all of them with wide eyes. Don't worry, I will give them back once you return home, but for now I'll keep them. Mr. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, I'm impressed that someone with such power exists. How have we never heard of you? 𝗍𝗍𝗄, I would also like to know, for someone with such power you can for sure tip the battle between heroes and villains to one side. Most of them nodded their heads. 𝗧𝗟, well that's simple, for one I don't exist in y'all plane of existence. All of them got a confused look. Well let's start at the beginning a bit, we kinda skip a ton of SHT. For one, like I told class A before I teleport all you here, I go by many names, but for here I will go by the name 𝗧𝗟. Next thing, I want to apologize a bit. I know I teleport you all with no warning, but there was no easy way to do this. He rubbed the back of his head. Mike, you could know I don't know, have us meet up somewhere? 𝗧𝗟, would have taken too long and really this is more fun. Now, next thing, what am I? I'm sure most of you are thinking, since I can not only teleport you all here with no problem, disable your quirks, and have no drawbacks. That's how do I put this, I'm something more. Izuku then raised his hand. Such a good soul kiss. Izuku, you mentioned earlier you said you have a quirk. And it was something godlike. What did you do that had something to do with your quirk? The people who weren't there earlier got a worry. Look, knowing some type of quirk could exist. 𝗧𝗟, well by the rule of your universe yes it would be considered a quirk, but no it is not. Let me explain, you could call me a god but not really. Maybe a demigod. No, that is not accurate. Mainly I'm someone who watch over things. I would say my kind are overseers of your universe. Everyone had a shock that there was one or more than one entity watching over their reality. Torino, so tell me Mr. Overseer, can you change our reality with the flick of a finger and to what you so please? 𝗧𝗟, first off old man, it's 𝗧𝗟, second off yes and no. Let me continue. As someone who watches over you guys, I basically know everything about all you. Like I told class A, I know your inner thoughts, what you've been though, what you're feeling, and even your past. He looked over to Bakugo, who looked at him with anger but had a chill going down his spine. I wouldn't try to act so tough Mr. Boom Boom, we get to your CRP later. Some of them raise an eyebrow looking at Bakugo. Now before I answer that question, Torino, tell me, what do y'all know of the multiverse theory? Izuku raises his hand again. Yes, Izuku. Izuku, it is the theory that outside of our own reality there are billions and trillions of alternate ones, every one of them is different in some way. Slayer, very good 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, I see why you're in the top smartest students. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 blushed at the compliment. Now to answer your question, old man, can I change your reality? And I respond with yes and no. Yes, because when I said when I watch over your universe, I only watch over, let's say, worlds. I choose what worlds I watch over and change him how I please, but this reality I'm in with y'all, I cannot change how things play out without some just bad side effects. AFO, what type of side effects? And if you don't mind, what are some of these realities you have seen? And if I made it, what do you mean by this reality? Slayer, well, Mr. Corpse, this reality we will call the main reality. Yes, I was able to take y'all and pause your world, but that as far I can really go. I can't really do too much, like I can't get in a fight with one of y'all in your world without screwing up things bad. Like destroying basically some of the people there. Gulp. And for the second question, remember how I said they're more than just me? They nod. Well, they rule other parts of the verse, and something I forgot to mention is there is a way for me to affect, I guess, this reality. Nizu, such as Slayer. Well, in order for me to affect your reality, it involves one pillar. Hierarcha, pillar. Slayer. What they're about to go through. We still got a few more to go. He snapped his finger again, and Inko, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏, Masaru, Rei, Gran Torino, Fuyumi, and Tsukachi. Midoriyat's Todoroki Bakugo. Mom/mom/ichis. Inko Rei 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧/brats. Inko, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, what's going on here? Fuyumi, 𝗧𝗱𝗏, what's going on? And why is mom here? Slayer, that would be my doing. They all turn around to see Slayer rubbing the back of his head. Don't worry, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 and them aren't in trouble. I brought you myself. And you're not in danger or anything. I will let you know if anyone try to attack or even try to hurt you. I make their relationship with the ground very NTMT. Slayer had a darker tone, voice, and face when he said that last part, which made most of them sweated. Now I have about 2 group to bring. This first group isn't so bad, but the second group, let's save that until I teleport. But up first. Sniff. Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, 𝗳𝗏𝗏, Mirko, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Fat Gum Centipeder, Bubble Girl, and Ms. Jokes appear. Best Jeanist, what the? The heroes look around and see nearly all UA and both heroes classes here. Centipeder, Mirio. What going on here? Mirio, some crazy guy somehow teleports all us here for some reason he hasn't told us. Slayer, vote. And I'm not that crazy compared to someone like 𝗃𝗏 who doesn't pull any punches. He said that last part in a low tone. Endeavor, are you a villain? Tell me now so I can take care of you now. He stared at Endeavor and started to laugh. Everyone looked around and to see what was so funny, some just shrugged their shoulders. Slayer, oh man, I'm sorry, but start to laugh again. Endeavor was starting to get. Slayer wiped a tear out his eyes. Okay, first off, no, I'm not a villain, and trust, and believe me, you don't hold a candle to what I can do. 𝗳𝗏𝗏, you're sure? Full of yourself, Slayer. I'm not full of myself if I'm able to teleport y'all to basically a pocket dimension, so tell me what makes me full myself? None of them answer. That's what I thought now. First I want all of you to take your seats. Everyone slowly started to take seats. Some gave each other the stink eye. You can guess who and to whom it was toward. Slayer, now there's just one more group I have to teleport here, but I want to make one thing clear, mainly to you, Flaming Trash Can Endeavor, Flaming Trash Can. Some of the pros weren't trying to laugh. Slayer, did I stutter? I know what I said now, as I was saying I want no fighting. I'm hoping y'all have some self-control. Doubt it. He snaps his finger, and the LOV appears. Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, Twice, Kurogyri, and AFO was there. Dabi, what the hell? Kaminari, villains. All Might, all for one. Eraserhead, what are they doing here? Shigaraki. Heroes. Toga, hee, I can't wait to make all of y'all covered in BLDFO. Well, All Might. Endeavor, should have guessed you were bring villain here. They all got ready to fight. Slayer, snap his finger again and everyone was seated. Shigaraki, what the? FO, such a powerful quirk? FO smile. Slayer, don't try it, you walking corpse, you couldn't get close to me unless I allow you to. It wouldn't matter, I already disabled your quirks because you idiots can't seem to listen to a simple direction. Sigh, it doesn't matter, I saw this coming from a mile away. He looked down and saw all of them with wide eyes. Don't worry, I will give them back once you return home, but for now I'll keep them. Mr. 𝗵𝗃, I'm impressed that someone with such power exists. How have we never heard of you? 𝗍𝗂, I would also like to know, for someone with such power you can for sure tip the battle between heroes and villains to one side. Most of them nodded their heads. 𝗧𝗱, well, that's simple. For one, I don't exist in y'all plane of existence. All of them got a confused look. Well, let's start at the beginning a bit. We kinda skip a ton of SHT. For one, like I told Class A before I teleport all you here, I go by many names, but for here I will go by the name 𝗧𝗱. Next thing, I want to apologize a bit. I know I teleport you all with no warning, but there was no easy way to do this. He rubbed the back of his head. Mike, you could know I don't know. Have us meet up somewhere? 𝗧𝗱, would have taken too long, and really this is more fun. Now, next thing, what am I? I'm sure most of you are thinking, since I can not only teleport you all here with no problem, disable your quirks, and have no drawbacks. That's, how do I put this, I'm something more. Izuku then raised his hand. Such a good soul kiss. Izuku, you mentioned earlier you said you have a quirk. And it was something godlike. What did you do that had something to do with your quirk? The people who weren't there earlier gotta worry. Look, knowing some type of quirk could exist. 𝗧𝗱, well, by the rule of your universe, yes, it would be considered a quirk, but no, it is not. Let me explain. You could call me a god, but not really. Maybe a demigod. No, that is not accurate. Mainly I'm someone who watch over things. I would say my kind are overseers of your universe. Everyone had a shock that there was one or more than one entity watching over their reality. Torino, so tell me, Mr. Overseer, can you change our reality with the flick of a finger, and to what you so please? 𝗧𝗱, first off, old man, it's 𝗧𝗱, second off, yes and no. Let me continue. As someone who watches over you guys, I basically know everything about all you. Like I told Class A, I know your inner thoughts, what you've been though, what you're feeling, and even your past. He looked over to Bakugo, who looked at him with anger but had a chill going down his spine. I wouldn't try to act so tough, Mr. Boom Boom, we get to your CRP later. Some of them raise an eyebrow looking at Bakugo. Now before I answer that question, Torino, tell me, what do y'all know of the multiverse theory? Izuku raises his hand again. Yes, Izuku. Izuku, it is the theory that outside of our own reality there are billions and trillions of alternate ones. Every one of them is different in some way. 𝗧𝗱, very good, Izuku. I see why you're in the top smartest students. Izuku blushed at the compliment. Now to answer your question, old man, can I change your reality? And I respond with yes and no. Yes, because when I said when I watch over your universe, I only watch over, let's say, worlds. I choose what worlds I watch over and change him how I please, but this reality I'm in with y'all, I cannot change how things play out without some just bad side effects. AFO, what type of side effects? And if you don't mind, what are some of these realities you have seen? And if I made it, what do you mean by this reality? 𝗧𝗱, well, Mr. Corpse, this reality we will call the main reality. Yes, I was able to take y'all and pause your world, but that is far I can really go. I can't really do too much, like I can't get in a fight with one of y'all on in your world without screwing up things bad. Like destroying, basically. Some of the people there gulp. And for the second question, remember how I said they're more than just me? They nod. Well, they rule other parts of the verse, and something I forgot to mention is there is a way for me to affect, I guess, this reality. 𝗍𝗂, such as 𝗧𝗱, well, in order for me to affect your reality, it involves one pillar. Hierarcha, pillar. 𝗧𝗱, what? Involves one person mainly. Care to take a guess? He asks with a smirk and raises an eyebrow. 𝗷𝗵𝗲, well, it of course you're truly 𝗵𝗲, having sparkles appear around him. Everyone has sweat drop down their face. 𝗵𝗵𝗃, well, I would take a guess it has to be me since I have a cool quirk. 𝗔𝗫 then stabs him in the neck with her earphone's ears. 𝗵𝗲, you Class A are nothing but scum. You clearly don't know, it must be someone in Class B, the true best. 𝗪𝗍𝗪, well, it had to guess you're both wrong since 𝗧𝗱 is over there facepalming. I would have to say it has to be All Might since he was the number 𝗧𝗱. You're close. Dobby, is it a villain? Slayer, *********. Alright, since you can't see who it is, I'll give you another hint. It is a guy, and he at least helps half you idiots with your problems and stuff. Most of them were lists down to class A, and many were trying to think. Bakugo, well, it's obvious it's me. They then heard laughing and saw Slayer holding his stomach and bending over with tears coming down his face. Slayer, oh man, I'm sorry, but that priceless. Oh man, boom boom, you sometimes are good at telling a joke. Bakugo, that wasn't a joke, he said that while grinding his teeth. Slayer, sure, it wasn't just like that attitude, right? He then sees little Eri raise her hand. Yes, little bundle of sunshine. Eri, it is Mr. Deku. Slayer, he smiles, ding ding. Little Eri, you are spot on. Everyone, brat, /Midoriya, /Deku, /me. Izuku, 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗲. Slayer, so to explain back to the first question about me affecting your reality, there are other universes out there. Such as one where none of you exist and they're magic, people who can fly without quirk. People who use swords but can do some crazy things with them. Ninjas, pirate with power that, to be honest, put y'all to shame. But that for another time. Your world /universe /reality. In order for us to affect these worlds, we must first affect this pillar that the reality evolves around. Izuku, oh, our reality involves around me. Slayer, yep, you are the pillar in this world, so in order for me and others to really do anything, even if it is slight, such as changing your heartbeat of someone, it has to involve you. And in order for me to even really interact with my own body would also have to follow the rules of your worlds. So, let's just say for example I can put myself in class A or B, but I will not have this God-given powers. I would have played by y'all rules, even bend them somewhat. But my person would have something to do with Izuku, let it be his past, present, or future. Oh, it's not that also I can do it, I can make as many people as I want in your world. People were shocked by what they were just told. FO, so what you're saying is for someone like you to come into our world, you can have it as your group, you make a complete, utter destruction of us? Slayer, right you are. So that is what brings us to today. Today you and I will watch what many of us call the Dekuverse. Inko, Dekuverse? Slayer, yes, best mom, like I said, your son in the pillar that this reality involves around. And the part 1 rule over. The part 1 have a say in. Meaning I either created these or I got a hold of these verses. Be forewarned now, some of these worlds, let's just say, aren't the best. And to make it clear as much, I made it seem I'm the most heartless writer for these verses. Trust me, there are some even I wouldn't want to revisit. *shiver star. Toga, Omi, Mr. Compress, for someone like you to shiver, these worlds aren't the best. Slayer, oh trust me, after this many of you will have different views of things and people, and when we will take breaks and talk about some of the others, Sierra world I've seen. So on your right there, food and drinks. Bathroom is on the left. In the back is a room for the children and a panic room for those who get emotional. Inko, oh boy. Slayer, oh boy is right, best mom. Now, are there any other questions? Nizu, how will be showing us these worlds? Slayer, simple, with this remote that I have a random world will appear on the screen. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, are you choosing which universe we see, or is it random? Slayer, random. But I will get a paper that gives me a rundown of that world. Ray, how bad are some of these worlds? Slayer, it depends, some of you might know, some of you most definitely will be mental and emotionally damaged. Aizawa, eyes get narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Slayer, oh actually what it sounds like, Dadawa. In these worlds anything goes. Death, sadness, happiness, you name it. I try to have a mix of everything. Trust and believe I'm not in the full gruesome stuff. Trust and believe me, y'all will be happy to know y'all got me and not some of the other. The Sierra of that day villain Deku is one of them. They can't see that world, even I couldn't hold up that long. Credit to them for being able to make something that dark, but not me. Any more questions? All Might, I want to make sure I got this right. You said all these universes involve Midoriya correctly. Is there by any chance they are connected to our Midoriya? Slayer, yes, they're connected in a way. It can be a feeling, emotion, event, or person. Since really in order for things to happen, it was something most Midoriya went through. Oh, before I forget. Asterisk snap finger and a box of tissue to appear in front of Inko. Asterisk, trust me you're gonna need those. Bakugo, I still call bullshit. Why is that shitty nerd the main pillar? Mitsuki, oh Brat you better keep your mouth shut, be happy for Izuku. Bakugo, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 bullshit. Mitsuki, Katsuki what did I just say? Masaru, both of you quiet down. I think Mr. Slayer isn't too happy. They all look at Slayer with a very pissed off smile on and eyebrow twitching. Slayer, asterisk sigh asterisk deep breath Slayer, you can't hurt a little Bakugo. Most people knew he was in some deep icky since this is the first time he used his name. Slayer, let's make one thing clear, you were never the main character. Or in my term main pillar. I won't go too in-depth just yet, but I will make one thing I mentioned earlier. I know everything. Let's not forget my earlier comment when we met. Some of them began to worry for their friends while others were trying to think what earlier comment. We will get to that. But, for now shut up, sit there and enjoy the show, and for once in your little ego of your worry show some compassion for your true first friend. Got it? Bakugo only nodded. Slayer got a happy smile back on. Good, any more questions? No one dared to raise their hand to what they just saw. Good, now on to the show. Title, Teacher Izuku Slayer. Okay, good news, the first isn't so bad. Mirio, really? Well, that's good. What is this world called? Slayer, Teacher Izuku. All the staff at UA raise an eyebrow. Slayer, we should begin. We see the camera in Class A. All the students in the class were talking in their friend group. Kaminari, hey look at us. Jiro, no it's idiot, just continue. Soon Aizawa walks in and tells the class to quiet down. It took y'all seconds to quiet down better, but y'all need to be quicker. All the students, yes, sense. And he took his place at the front of the class and told them they have an accouchement to make. I'm sure you are aware that the staff at UA is not as big, so Nizu and we will be required to have a new teacher, the students groan. Sato, that sounds like us. I'm curious who this new teacher is. Bakugo, and what does it have to do with Deku? Ida then raised his hand. Yes, Ida. Mr. Aizawa, sir, what will this new teacher be teaching us? And was his pro name? To answer your question, he will help y'all get a better understanding of your quirk, and he is not a pro, he is just a little older than y'all. This got all their attention. Someone is a teacher but isn't a pro teaching at a hero school. Sue was the next to say, Aizawa, are you sure it was a good idea to hire someone who has experience as a hero teacher? Some of the students nodded their heads in agreement. Edgeshot, I have to agree, wouldn't it be smarter to hire someone with more experience in that field? Slayer, oh, don't worry, you're in for a treat. As much as you think this seems not smart. We have done a check and even tested him. Trust and believe if he wanted to he could pro. He trained many pros and fought them and won. Example, he was able to take down Vlad King in one-on-one combat. This all their attention. They were now trying to think just how good this guy was. They then hear a knock at the door. And that should be him. You can come in. All the students turn their heads toward the door. What walked in was a slightly tall guy with green moss's hair. Walk in. Sorry I'm a little late. I got lost taking notes on another hero. Everyone in the theater, Midoriya/Deku. Slayer, I don't know why they're so shocked by this, I literally told them it, about Deku. But hey, make more for a reaction. Oh good, you're here, go ahead and introduce yourself, said Aizawa. No problem. Hello, class, I'm your new teacher. I will be mainly helping you improve your quirks. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He smiled and bowed. The student was raising several eyebrows. By this guy, he was utterly different from Aizawa-sensei. Did I do something wrong? He looked up with sweat coming down his face. Vlad, I would be cautious to what makes this kid such a good teacher. Midnight, I'm impressed by his build, you can tell he got some muscle to him, she her lips. Slayer, oh my dear boy, you're in trouble. May your soul rest in peace. Torino, I'm wondering what this kid could do with that brain of his. If he teaching them about quirks, how does he plan to make them better? If he doesn't even use them? Slayer, just keep watching. I'm sure many of you have questions and so you may ask away. Deku smiled when he said this. Some of the students' hands went up. He pointed to a boy with engines in his legs. Yes, 𝗧𝗍𝗃. Sir, if I am made, ask how old are you? How were you able to get your teacher license? If I heard correctly by 𝗧𝗏𝗧sensei, you're not that much older than us. He asked why chopping his arms. Kaminari, geez, dude calm down. Zero, yeah, but that's something 𝗧𝗍𝗃 would do. 𝗧𝗍𝗃, it's a perfectly good reason why. It not I doubt Midoriya's teaching ability, but it just seems strange he would be teaching us about our quirks. Uraraka, come on, 𝗧𝗍𝗃, I'm sure Deku-kun knows a whole lot about quirks. Bakugo, I'm sure that 𝗵𝗃 can't teach Jack SHT. When it comes to my quirk. Slayer, he telepaths to Izuku, don't say anything, let this world speak for you and afterward. I will explain. Well, 𝗧𝗍𝗃, I'm only years old to answer your first question. 2. Answer your second question because at an early age I was so smart and kept outperforming everyone. I was able to graduate early, so I was able to grab my teaching license early. 𝗧𝗍𝗃 thanked him and sat back down. He pointed to a boy with red hair. Kirishima, if I'm not mistaken. What is your question? Aizawa-sensei told us earlier you took on a Vlad-sensei from Class B. That is so manly. Is that true? And did you win? Deku scratches the back of his head. Man, Eraserhead, I wish you didn't tell people some of the stuff I do. But, yes, we had a little spar and I won. The class was shocked by this. Shota, no way he actually beat Vlad-sensei in this. Aways, just how strong is this guy? Tetsu, that's so manly Midorobro Monoma. Teast, I bet he had to cheat. Fukudashi, I wonder what his quirk is then. They then heard chuckling and looked and saw it was Slayer. Monoma, what's so funny, 𝗧𝗍𝗃? Slayer, oh nothing, it just you all are in for a surprise that all. He then pointed to a girl with pink hair and horns. Yes, Miss Ishido. Well, I see a ring on your finger there. Does that mean you're married? Izuku blushed up. Ishido, it's wrong to get into the teacher business like that, said 𝗧𝗍𝗃, chopping his arm. Most of the people watching. He married, / I'm married. 𝗧𝗍𝗃, my other self makes a point you should be ashamed, Ishido. Mina, come on, I'm just wondering who it could be. She said with a smile, since it's not me, I wonder who was the lucky girl who got the steal of the year. It okay, 𝗧𝗍𝗃, and to answer your question, Ishido, yes, I'm married, but I rather not say right now if that okay? He scratches the back of his head. Mina pouted. Mina, aw no fair. Slayer, don't worry Ishido, you will get to see who get with and you will be surprised that full sure. He winked at her. 𝗧𝗍𝗃, don't take part of her antics? He chopped his arm at Slayer. Slayer, why not? Is it because you're jealous the class cinnamon roll can pull any he want if he put effort into it? Bakugo, yeah, right, I don't see no one dating that nerd. Mitsuki, brat. Slayer, no it okay Miss Mitsuki, just let the clips roll themselves and see just how wrong he is and basically everything. Momo raises her hands. Yes, Yaoyorozu. She stood up. Midoriya-sensei, if you don't mind we asking, how do you plan to teach more about her quirk if you don't mind me asking? Deku brought his thumbs under his chin and thought for a minute. Well, when you're training or hero training I would come by and give some pointer. But if I made, many of you aren't using your quirk to the fullest. If the V is anything to go off of. Some of the students took an offensive to this. Todoroki was the first to speak up. Excuse me, what? Deku looks over at the boy. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess that came out wrong. What I saying, none of you were using your quirks to the best of your ability. How about I prove just how wrong you are so-called teach? Deku smile. Gladly. Bakugo, this 𝗵𝗃 nerd is about get put in his place. Jiro, I don't know, Deku is never that confident, so the fact he not backing down is worrisome. Shoji, to be honest, if there one person I'm afraid to fight in a one-on-one fight at Midoriya, this shock most students of class Sato. Why Midoriya? I get he's strong, but why not someone like Bakugo or Todoroki? Shoji, well, take into account, one he a teacher in this world and Midoriya is always writing things down. To what extent do I have no clue? I don't know, something in my gut is telling me Midoriya will be the hardest to beat in a one-on-one fight. Izuku, come on Shoji, I'm not that good, I'm sure Kaken would be a much better fight. Slayer, you know it not a good thing to lie Midoriya? 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 stiff up from that. If y'all don't want take our words for it, just watch. Everyone turns their attention back to the big screen. They were outside by the track, and Midoriya was stretching. Aizawa walked up to him. Can you not break my student too strong? I still need them for later. Come on 𝗧𝗧𝗏, I'm not that bad. He smiles while still stretching, said the guy who nearly crushed one. A Vlad King lungs. The theater, what? 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, just how strong is this other me? Uraraka, Deku-kun, must have better control of his quirk here. Slayer, I wouldn't be so sure. Uraraka, what you saying? Slayer, just keep watching and you all jaw are going be on the floor. Bakugo, doubt it? Just try not to break them too much. 𝗧𝗍𝗏 walks away. I'll try my best. Deku threw off his button-up vest and removed his glasses. He was now wearing just his button-up long-sleeve shirt, which was tight to his body. He turns to the class. I hope you all are ready. He said that and his voice sounds completely different. All the females in class faces got super red. Every female, holy CRP. He hot. BLD comes rushing down their nose. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, Uraraka-san, are you okay? Deku turned to look at Uraraka, who was covering her nose. Uraraka, why yeah 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗏, just fine. She gave him a thumb with her hand covering her nose, and he saw BLD coming down her nose. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 had sweat coming down his face. So who first? He rotated his wrist. Ida stepped up. I would like to go first, sir. Tenya Ida, part of the Ida family that comes down from a family of heroes and little brother to Turbo Hero, Ingenium. Quirk, Engine. Ida was surprised that he knew all this but didn't falter. I see you have done your research, sensei, but let's see if you can keep up with me. Aizawa gave the signal to start. As soon as the battle starts, Ida activates his quirk and starts running around his teacher. I'm impressed by going for my blind spot. I guess Ingenium taught you well. Ida went toward Midoriya's back and went for a kick. But that is a very predictable move. Deku ducked and quickly turned and grabbed Ida by the shirt. He spun Ida onto his stomach and sat on him. You went for my blind spot, which was a good idea, but you first took a wide turn. You're fast, but you're not that fast. Plus, against experienced fighters you're too stiff, so it wasn't strong to get you in a position you basically can't do anything with. Your quirk engine is your legs. You're currently on your stomach with someone putting weight on your 𝗧𝗧𝗏, and the only way to escape would be to put more power in your legs. But it goes off fuel sniff smell like orange juice. If you did put more power in your legs, all I have to do is shift my weight and wait. By the time you get off from under me you would have stalled your engines and I could deal the killing blow like so. Deku then points his ball in his fist but uses his pointer finger and middle together and hits specific points on Ida's legs. Ida felt a jolt. Midoriya got up and dusted his hand. And with that you're unable to fight. Ida tried to stand up but fell back down. He tried to stand up again but soon collapsed. What did you do? I hit certain points in your legs that help your joints help you stand and in turn allow you to put power in your quirk, so basically I made you unable to use your quirk? The students were shocked. So was everyone in the theater. Jiro, holy CRP. He didn't see his quirk in action. AFO, to be able to break down a quirk just from one little move and put him in a position to make him compromise and at his weakest point and proceed to know the human body so well were to aim to shut down a quirk without using a quirk. Impressed. Recover girl, to know how the human body works so well and how to shut a quirk down by the body part it uses. Fascinating. Dabi, he whispers over to Mr. Compress, we might have grabbed the wrong kid. Ojiro, holy C. Midoriya, can you do something like that? 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏, not to this extent, but he does have some medical experience. A few of the teachers, staff, and pros raise an eyebrow at this. But put it to the back of their mind for now. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen. I lose. Ida looks defeated. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 went over to him and reached his hand out for him. He took it, and 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 helped him up and smiled. You have potential to be a great hero like your big bro. Try to be a little more flexible and follow up attacks. You didn't think of ways of a move just case I dodge. I also have a little more experience than you, that's all. He pats Ida on the shoulder. He smiled and bowed to Izuku. He went back over to the class. So who next? Most of the class were excited and nervous to see what Midoriya could do. If he can break down Ida's quirk so fast and take him down, what can he do to them? But then a student stepped up. Out the way, extras. I'll show you what a real pro look like. It was Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo if I'm not mistaken. Quirk, explosion. Outstanding score in the quirk assessment test. And in the hero versus training. In fact, you won the only 2v1 if I'm mistaken. He smiled. You got that. Sorry, teach, but you're looking at a future pro right now. He grinned. Toga, wow, cocky much. Bakugo, you want to go vampire. And it not cockiness when it is true. He stood up. Slayer, sit down, explosive pineapple. Not taking his eyes off the screen. Some of the people in the seats started to laugh. Bakugo starts to get heated. Bakugo, what you call me, huh? Slayer, he turned around. Did I stutter? I said sit down. Explosive pineapple. No. Slayer forces his hand down, which causes Bakugo to sit down and felt like he was being crushed. He let up and Bakugo took a long breath. Like I said earlier, we get to your CRP, but watch Deku beat you effortlessly. The theater was surprised by that statement. Bakugo, watch you be wrong. Slayer, I don't think I will. Am I? Well, Mr. Pro, let's see what you got. Both got in a fighting stance. Aizawa gave the signal to start. Bakugo blasted his way forward toward Izuku. He starts to go for his right hook. But Izuku closed the distance and grabbed his arm, surprising Bakugo, and before he had a chance to react, Midoriya gave him an uppercut, but he was still holding onto his arm and brought him back down close and punched him square in the gut, which in turn knocked the out of him. He threw Bakugo over his shoulder onto his back. Izuku stepped back. Bakugo slowly got up. For a pro you were pretty easy to read. Izuku tilted his head like a thinking tilt. Bakugo got and exploded toward him. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Dying. Katsuki went for another explosion with his right, and Izuku got ready, but right before he got close, he changed his direction and went overhead and used his explosion as a smokescreen. Take this. Dying. He went for several explosions from behind him. He stops, but as he lands, he sees a fist coming out from the corner of the smoke. He got punched right in the ribs. He heard a crack, and Katsuki dropped to his knees. He was holding his side. Izuku appears from the smoke and swipes his hand. Whoops, I promise Aizawa I wouldn't break his student. Bakugo tries to stand up. I wouldn't do that, you're pretty hurt there. This is nothing. I want to lose. To some extra. Izuku sighs and looks disappointed. It seems I'm going to have to do more than just improve some of y'all quirks. Bakugo, you have tons of potential and more. And maybe one day you could be a pro, but you're far from what a hero. Izuku then pointed his finger at Bakugo before he could continue. I knew you would lead with your right. I saw you in totally of 3 times in the hero versus villain. Then when that fails you thought it would be smart to try to use it as a feint, which can work if I didn't know you have a mobility with a quirk like that, and also if you didn't yell die every few seconds. You're actually easier to read than Ida. Your quirk relies on your sweat. The more you sweat, the stronger the explosion. But it also has a distance. I close in close to you, couldn't use your explosion without hitting yourself. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Plus, that attitude of yours I was able to exploit by taunting you and making you easy to read. As it stand, Katsuki Bakugo, you're far from a pro. Bakugo was balling his fist. Izuku walks past him and stops when he got next to him. You need to fix that ego of yours or you're going to get someone killed because of it. He walked over to the class. Everyone in the theater was stunned. Nizu, color me impressed. To dismantle him is such a way to make believe he had a chance, but really he didn't. He sipped some tea. Tell me, Mr. Slayer, you said Izuku can think this way. Slayer, yeah, he's almost just as close to the Izuku you're watching. The 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 thing begins to laugh. The staff got a chill down their spine. Izuku walks to the class. So, I guess those 2 should be enough. Or do I have to fight someone else? Everyone shook their head no. Excellent. Don't worry, I already have notebook on the breakdown of all your quirks, so we can start as soon possible to make them better. He gave them his 𝗬𝗬𝗍𝗲, which raises all their spirits and causes the girls to blush. Now, who would like to know how to improve their quirks? First, Sue raises her hand. Yes, 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗄. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗍, I notice in those two fights you didn't use your quirk at all. What is your quirk? All the students turned their heads back to their teacher and wanted to know as well. To easily take Ida down in a few seconds and toy with Bakugo, his quirk has to be some type of IQ quirk or something, right? My quirk? Hee, funny thing, I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless. He rubbed the back of his neck. The class was silent, then erupted into a what? Everyone in the theater, what? Bakugo, there's no way I lost two quirkless Deku. Slayer, told y'all. You are in for a surprise. Everyone begins to think, can he do this? If he wants. You're quirkless, sensei? Asked Yaoyorozu, who was genuinely shocked. Izuku laughed. Yes, students, I'm a quirkless man reaching at a school which encourages quirk as its main teaching. He rubbed the back of his neck. But I don't get it. Aizawa-sensei said you could be a pro hero if you wanted to. Why aren't you? Asked Ida, chopping his arm, with most of the students shaking their heads. Izuku took a deep breath. To be honest with y'all, I did have dreams of wanting to be a pro hero, but the students leaned in to listen. Aizawa was walking over to hear the speech. I was told being a hero is a dangerous job. I should dream more realistic. The student had a shock and a pained look on their face. The theater was all reacting differently. For one, All Might flinched at this, with only a select few saw this. Izuku had been staring at the ground. Stain was a little disgusted that one of the only few he saw as a true hero could be told something like that. Aizawa was feeling some type of way. He felt sad for his not-so-favorite, problem child, student, but he won't say that out loud. Yes, the job is dangerous, but he believes a quirkless person can do well with enough training. He fights quirkless and stuff to have someone like him get his dream crush. He feels some way about it. Beppo had a disappointed look on his face. Inko was tearing up a bit, and she only imagined what type of cruelty her son on the screen must have had to go through to hear that. Ojiro, God, whoever that pro is, I like to give him a piece of my mind. Some turn their head toward him. Zero, why? I mean, he is not wrong, quirkless can only go so far. Ojiro, well, if you think about it, I only have my tail, but other than that I'm fighting basically quirkless, same as Aizawa-sensei. I'm sure with enough training a quirkless person can beat someone with a quirk. Ojiro didn't see it, but Izuku lifted his head a bit and had a small smile. Bakugo, the quirkless aren't going to do anything. They're too weak. Slayer, I found that funny since most of y'all just watch a quirkless Midoriya beat your fastest student and won your top strongest like it was nothing. But I think we should finish this verse first because it is already getting freaking long. Everyone looks back to the big screen. But Uraraka starts to form some tears in her eyes. It's okay, to be honest, he was somewhat right. At that time I didn't really have the build for being a hero at a time. But, to be honest, I am happy I listened to him. I perfect my craft and now I'm a happy man. I get to teach at my dream school, I have a appealing wife, with 2 kids, and I can help the next generations of heroes. The students perk up at his optimist. Student, I shall leave you with this as a lesson. Quirk isn't the end-all be-all to everything. It doesn't matter your birthright, if you are given a powerful quirk, a villainous quirk, a quirk that makes you look different than others or seem boring. What matters is your heart. Your heart to save those with a smile and prove those who doubt you wrong. Show the world it doesn't matter what you are or what quirk you have, anyone can be a hero if they put work and drive into it. Izuku gave them his smile. The class cheered for their sensei and thanked him. 𝗫𝗄𝗵𝗲, some of the students, even some of the villains had a smile on their faces from that speech. Kaminari, holy see Midoriya, you can be one hell of a motivational speaker if you wanted. Best genist. I agree to have his dream crush like that, but took a silver lining from it, and looking at him now how successful he is. It was impressive. Stain, even when not dressed as a hero, the boy is even more heroic than others. Spinner was smiling ear to ear from hearing Stain speak. Izuku himself was blushing from all the praise he was getting from everyone. Toga then spoke up. Toga, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, tell me what you said here. Do you agree with it? She was genuinely curious if he meant when he said your quirk doesn't matter. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, I do. At first, for a while, I thought a quirk is what defines someone. But after being such a late bloomer, the heart you have to save others with a smile and show it doesn't matter what you are, quirk or quirkless, and even the type. Anyone can be a hero. He didn't stutter and said with confidence. This brought a smile to all the heroes' faces and even Inko. Slayer. He smiles and the young green-hair boy. Well said, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, you are a true hero at the end of the day and deserve that quirk more than anyone else. But let's hurry up and wrap up this universe. As the student was walking away, one of the students walked up to him, Hitoshi 𝗫𝗪. 𝗫𝗪, I was able to join the hero course here. Ah, 𝗫𝗪, you need something? I want to thank you. He bowed his head. For what you said and have done for me. Without you I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your training. I wouldn't be here. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 waves his right arm. Nonsense, 𝗫𝗪, you got here with your strong work you put in. Still, you're one of the first who didn't judge me for my quirk. I don't know how I can repay you enough. Simple, just become the great hero that all I want. Showing those who said your villainous quirk can be a great help in heroic. 𝗫𝗪 smiled and went to join the rest of his class. The 𝗫𝗪 watching had a smile on his face and had some tears coming down and looking at Midoriya, then seemed to be looking at each other simultaneously, and he mouthed a thank you. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 smiles and nods his head. You do know I'm still waiting for him to apologize to you. Eraser, had I told you it, okay, All Might doesn't have to apologize, I know he was only doing it to protect me. Everyone in the theater except 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and All Might. All Might told him that. Uraraka, All Might tell us that is not true. You didn't tell Deku-kun that. Mineta, he has to be joking. All Might didn't say anything and looked down in shame. Tokoyami, revelry in the dark. Hagakure, it can't be right, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 has such a strong quirk in this world. Inko, my son looks up to you. She sounded so cold when she said this. Slayer, look, I understand you all are kinda and heated about this, but we talk about after this verse is over, plus I think Mina and a certain pro is going to be happy in a few minutes. He had a eating grin on his face. Mina got excited, and the pros shrugged their shoulders and turned their attention back to the big screen. Besides, I don't think I would have met my wife and had my daughter. Papa. Everyone turned to see who said that, and they saw a little hair girl with a horn sticking out her forehead running over to 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Hey, Snowball, how is my big girl doing? Everyone, Eri is his daughter. Eri was happy when she saw that her hero took her in and is now her papa. She calls him Papa in their world, and no one has the heart to try to stop her or correct her. She is just too cute to correct. Eri smiles. I'm good. I got dressed all by myself this morning, she said with the brightest smile. The student had to block out this mini sun. That's great to hear. But why are you here? I thought I was going to pick you up from preschools. Oh, Mommy said we can come visit your first day at work and I want to come. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 chuckled at this. They then heard another voice. She wouldn't stop asking to come see own Papa, so who was I to deny her to see her favorite hero? They saw the number hero Ryukyu walking up with a baby wrapped up in a blanket with green hair as well. The students looked back and forth between the two and then at the baby, to Eri, back to 𝗧𝗵𝗃, back to Ryukyu, back to the baby. Soon a loud squeal was heard from both Toru and Mina. You're married to Ryukyu? He married to her. All the girls had a look of jealousy but were happy for her, still wish that was her. Even some of the pros were a little jealous. Ryukyu herself was streaming hotter than Endeavor flames, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was covering his face from embarrassment. Kaminari, Midoriya bro got some serious games, that's for sure. Mineta, Midoriya, tell us your secret, how did you dash? Before he got another word out, he was wrapped up in some black WHP of some sort. They looked to see where it was coming from. Slayer, I already know you won't shut your mouth, and as much I want you to meet my sensei. I will let you stay for now because I want you to suffer by watching something that is never in reach for you. But try to keep your pervert comment to yourself because the moment you say the wrong one I'm going to send you to a place a few of my friends hang out to understand. Mineta nods his head super fast, and Slayer lets him back down to his seat and turns back to the big screen. Hee, I guess the cats are out of the bag now. Everyone meet my wife and as you know her Ryukyu. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I see Eraserhead didn't expel any of you, he must have really gone soft or he sees some great potential in all of you. Wait, he was serious about that. Momo, wait, Aizawa wasn't lying when he said he would expel one of us. Slayer, nope. But, my sensei did stuff like that to me when he trained me so I can get behind it but. Aizawa raised an eyebrow to that but. You have made a ton of fatal flaw and you have made dumb decision in a few of the verses but we will get to those later. For now we really need to wrap this up. The student talked with the pro for a bit, and soon the class made their way back to class to get ready for their next PRD. Ryukyu took the kids to look around the school for a bit while Izuku headed toward the teacher lounge. He plopped down on the sofa there and let out a deep breath. Well, it seems your first day of teaching went well, little listener, said Mike. You're not that much older than me, Mike, but yes it did. He had a smile on his face. I think I made a good first impression. Asterisk giggle asterisk if you call beating up 2 students a first impression then your sticks, said Midnight. Oh wait, don't be like that. The teacher chuckled. All Might then walk up to Izuku. A young Midoriya, I see you're done. Your first day of teaching is done. Oh, I didn't see you come in, Mr. Yagi. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes, I was wondering if I could talk to you outside in private for a moment. Oh sure. Izuku got up and went to follow All Might outside. You think he is finally going to apologize, said Snipe. I hope he does, it's been a few years overdue really. Midnight said with a tick mark. And if he doesn't I beat him until he does. The other teacher had sweat coming down their face and made a mental note not to PSS off Midnight. Outside in the hallway. This should be far enough. All Might turned around to Izuku. Is everything okay, All Might? To be honest, it shouldn't have taken this long to tell you this really. After leaving on that rooftop, I did have many regrets about what I said. I had many nights where I dreamt of you taking your own life after what I said and what could possible. Some were good, others were sad, and many were a mix really. But there was one that kept happening more than any other one. Izuku stood there and listened. It's one where I told you the same thing but in it you would risk your life to save young Bakugo and I would have taken you under my wing and trained you to be my successor. And you would do great things. You would help your fellow classmate, save me, fight villains and more. This dream has happened more than any other ones. And seeing you how you turn out now. Watching you interact with these students and the drive they have for the new age of heroes. They seek improvement and take your lesson to heart. To be honest, I was a fool even though I'm still looking for a successor. Deep down I feel like you were the right one but I made my mistake and most eat my cake. I at least want to say even if you have all the reason to have ill will toward me, All Might bow his head. I'm sorry, the screen fades to black. The theater was in an utter state of silence. Bakugo, All Might apologized to Deku. It seems he understands his faults and wants to move past them. Slayer, at least he sought to fix his mistake and went out his way to apologize of like some others. Bakugo looks away and Teach. So what do you think of that universe? Uraraka, Deku-kun was so cool. Even as a teacher he is still a great guy. Izuku blushed from the comment. Mike, if the listener is smart when it comes to breaking down quirks we might need to hire him as a teacher. Izuku, I'm not that great. He put his hands in front of his face, embarrassed. Slayer, oh you're going to see just how great his brain is later on. You think this is something that is only the tip of the iceberg. And I know you all have questions but save them for later please. For the break we have another universe to get through. He hit the button. So, this wasn't supposed to be the next one but I think it worked better if I made this the next verse they react to. Let's get it started. This took a while, not going lie. Title. The Green Phantom. Aizawa, Phantom. I already can tell I'm not going like this verse. Slayer, oh don't be like that, it's not that bad. Aizawa just looked at Slayer. Let's just start this. The scene opens up late at night. Someone was jumping from building to building. They are wearing a green zip-up hoodie with a staff on their back and a mask under it. They soon come to a stop and look out into the city. Not much tonight it seems. He walked to the edge of the building and leaned on the rails. Such a peaceful night, if only this society wasn't so corrupt. Stain, whoever this guy is he knows already. Shoji, they must be an underground hero like Aizawa-sensei. Toru, but I wonder what they have to do with Deku-kun. Slayer, when did she start calling him that? The person then hears a cry for help. Welp, there goes the peaceful quiet night. The hoodie person began to hop from building to building. He even did a cartwheel onto one of the buildings. They soon made it to where they heard the scream come from. Mina, whoever this person is, they got some moves. Slayer, she has no idea. The person looks down an alley and sees 3 guys corner one person, and they look like a female. Come on, young lady, let us have some fun. I'm sure we will rock your world, one of the guys said, his lips. Stay away from me. Toga, freaks, these guys really need a good stabbing. Dabi, I wouldn't mind burning them to a crisp. Therefore, I think I found some good lab rats. Stain, filth. The heroes were a little stunned looking at the villain. Shigaraki, what, just because we villains we don't have standards and RP is something we don't like. Stay be back. The girl's legs were shaking before falling on her butt. The 3 criminals begin to laugh. For a girl who is about to go to a hero school, you sure have a nice body. I call first dibs. I so want to feel her tips. All 3 were laughing, and the biggest one of the 3 picked up the girl by her face. He then ripped her clothes off, leaving her only in a BR and panties. She closed her eyes with tears coming down. Shino and Mirio cover both Eri and Kota's eyes, so they don't see what will happen. Tetsu, not manly, he gripped his fist. Minoma, where are the heroes at? This can't be about to happen. Slayer, you have to remember not many heroes patrol the night, plus you have to remember heroes can't be everywhere / they're also humans. All the heroes and students grit their teeth and seats rest to know how true that sentence was. As one of the guys was reaching for the girl's tips, they soon got a feeling of dread, no death. They felt like a demon was staring them down, and if they moved one of their hands any closer to this girl, it would get ripped off. But they were not the only ones feeling it. Everyone in the theater watching felt the killer instincts as well. They dropped the girl, who backs up to the alley street. They turned around and saw someone walking with them in a green jacket and hoodie with a metal staff in his hand. The person begins to speak with venom in his voice. You know, I hate people like you in this society. I really want nothing more but to kill trash like you, but I don't kill. I'm just make y'all hurt. Wait, that staff and outfitty warrior, the Green Phantom? Who? They said this guy is the Night All Might. He still hopes for those in the night. No, one see this guy quirk, but those seen said he doesn't need one. Shoda, this guy is that good. Yaoyorozu, to fight villains at night without his quirk, he is definitely skilled and powerful. Bakugo, he's probably just some pushover. Anyone can beat some low-level thugs. Toga, I don't see you out there, Mr. Hero. Bakugo, shut it, you twin bun beach. How do you know it's not me? Slayer, because you're not a hero. Bakugo, what makes you dash? He then looked who said it and realized it was Slayer. He his teeth and sat back down. Everyone else is very conflicted on what they just saw, for the simple fact Slayer has made Bakugo sit down and shut multiple times at this point. Some are thinking, what does he know to make Bakugo of all people sit down? I guess it's your 3 unlucky days. Now we can do this the easy way or the strong way, your choice. He took 1 step. The 3 stepped back a bit. Sweat was slowly coming down their face. One decided to get ballsy and charge in. I'm not afraid, some kid playing hero. Big mistake. The person dodged the swing and swung his staff upwards before, quickly 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 right in the man's gut. The guy turned white before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious with his butt up. Now that's just wrong. Everyone watching was in awe. Zero, he too shot him. Snipe, to not only have them shook to the point compared to All Might and have the control over his weapon to react fast after the first swings is what I'm most impressed with. Stain, whoever he is clearly skilled. I wonder how he would fare against me. Now, are we going to do this the easy way or the strong way with you two? The 2 other thugs charge at the boy before coming to the same fate with unconscious and butt up on the ground. He looked down at the 3 criminals, put them all together, found some rope, convenient, and tied them up. He typed something on his phone before putting it back in his pocket. He then walked over to the girl who was scared and stepped back some. The person came to a stop and realized she was still afraid of him. "Oh, I'm sorry, don't be alarmed, I'm not going to hurt you." Here. He took off his jacket. "You're going to need this more than me." She was hesitant at first, but after a breeze came, she changed her mind and took the jacket before putting it on. The boy got a good look at the girl now. He noticed she had pink skin and horns. And the girl got a good look at the boy and saw he had green hair, and his eyes were the emerald green that even the shiniest gems could not match. Everyone in the theater, Midoriya and Mina. Mina, she covers her face with her hands, and her face changes from pink to a lilac purple shade. He saw me nearly naked. But did he like it? No, Mina, bad thoughts, get it out of your head. She opened her hand a bit to peek through it and look at Izuku with steam coming out of his ears. She closed her hand and let out an inner scream again. Aizawa, ****, why am I not surprised that Problem Child is the one who saved her and is doing something like this? ****, the better question is why? Why would he need to do this? Nizu, I have a good guess as to why. But I will hold it off until my suspicious is correct. He took a sip of his tea. Slayer, I wonder what type of tea the rat Satan likes. Study for later. We should move, I don't want to get caught before the cops get here and stuff. I have been doing well for the last year on not getting caught and I would like to keep it that way. He'll carry. Wait, what dash? Before Mina could get enough word out, Midoriya picked her up bridal style and jumped off the walls to the alley to the roof of the building and moved them a few buildings away. He put her down and back up so she could get her bearings. There we go. Are you okay? Your face is red. Mina's face was currently purple, and she quickly covered her face when she realized how close they were. Why, I am fine. Thanks for the save. Oh, no problem, you should be careful being this late at night, things could get dangerous, and the last thing I would want is someone as cool and pretty looking as you get. Well, you know. You think I'm pretty and cool? Of course, I might not know what your quirk is, but I can tell it's probably awesome, and you even have horns and your skin begin pink, just add to your charm that was already there. Mina was still blushing from her secret crush complimenting her. Toru nudged her. Toru, I think we found this verse, main girl. Mina looked away, not saying anything. Midnight, I have to admit the little man got a ways with words. Mike, I hope you're not getting any ideas, looking at Midnight. Midnight, of course 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Slayer, I highly doubt that. Mina was happy to hear someone compliment her. Thanks, I need to hear that. You know, for supposedly a phantom, you're not that bad. For the little we have to talk. Ugh, you give one killer look to a group of thugs once and now you're some type of demon of the night? Izuku threw his hand up. She chuckled at this. By the way, what is your name? Midoriya asks. Oh, it 𝗵𝗃. Pretty name, but now I think about it, we should get over to the police station. I don't want those scumbag to get off for nearly raping you. He walks Mina back down to the street, where he watches from the rooftops to make sure she meets up with the police. Izuku then left and began making his way through the city. He stopped a few more crimes. People getting robbed, gang meetings, and a few more. Stain, this kid is just proving my point, he is a true hero through and through. Uraraka, Deku-kun is really amazing in this world as well. Kurwaro, one with the darkness, they welcome him. Best Jeanist. He definitely shows what a real hero embodies. But I am concerned about the fact he is doing this so late at night and at such a young age. Slayer, so you notice, huh? Always, wait, what? I'm confused. Gran Torino, the kid looked pretty young, and how they were speaking early, this take place before high school, meaning this taken place in middle school. The student did catch on to what he was getting at. Tsuyu, so Midoriya-chan is a vigilante. She brought her finger to her chin. Ida, Midoriya, you know vigilante isn't very heroic of you, he said while chopping his hands at Midoriya. Slayer, this is coming from the same kid who wants revenge. Ida sat down in defeat. Before you judge others, make sure yourself is clean. If you really think about the way vigilantes are looked at, are BS, if I might add. Shishida, but don't they use their quirk with no license, so it is illegal for them? That goes against society. Slayer, I love how we call them evil for using their quirk to either defend themselves or save themselves, but those with extremely powerful quirk can get away with so much CRP in your so-called society, and we call that justice. I wonder why Stain turned against Hero. I wonder what made him change. I wonder why Vigilante is looked down upon for the simple fact they are also doing the hero's job. Aren't you supposed to be saving people? But because someone took your glory without taking the right steps, does it seem evil? Almost all the students put their heads down in shame, and some of the pros, since he just called out some of the flaws of their current society. Izuku was sitting on one of the branches on the roof, catching his breath. He was about to call it a night when he stood up and saw something across from him on one of the other buildings. It was a person looking down over the ledge. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲. It didn't take long for Izuku to realize what he was about to do, and he quickly jumped into action. As the kid took a step over the edge and right as he was falling, a scarf wrapped around him. I don't think that was smart of you, kid. He looked up and saw Midoriya. Kendo, thank goodness he saved him. She put her hands over her heart and was happy Midoriya saved someone else. Ectoplasm. I am a little worried about how he knew was going to jump so soon and react fast enough. Izuku skimmed a little in his seat but kept quiet. Izuku pulled the kid up the roof and put him on the ground. Good thing, I have seen Eraserhead fight so many times I knew getting a scarf similar to his was a good idea. Why did you save me? Izuku had a good look at the kid he just saved and noticed he has purple hair and bags under his eyes. This kid could really be an offspring of Eraserhead. Did that guy have a secret love child and not tell anyone? Izuku took a deep breath. What is your name, kid? Hitoshi Shinso. And I'm sure we are the same age, we look around the same age. Slayer. Todoroki no their Shinso is not the secret love child of Aizawa. Todoroki put away his secret love child theory book. Just where in the hell was he keeping that? You know what, that one question I don't question, it's like questioning where Izuku is able to pull notebooks out from. Izuku, so, I saved Shinso from committing suicide. I think I know why. Aizawa, what are you applying, problem child, raising an eyebrow at Izuku's statement. Izuku, it will be answered soon, sensei. A few people in the theater got worried a bit. We might be the same age, but as we can tell, we are completely different. Come on, sit down with me, I'm sure talking with me would ease your mind. They went to sit against the wall. Izuku put his arms behind his hand and asked, so, care to explain why you were about to just end it all? Shinso was silent for a bit before taking a deep breath. You might know how I feel, my quirk, it causes me so much trouble. I'm judged for having a villainous quirk. Izuku continued to listen. Everyday people are afraid of me, calling me evil, a freak, and saying my quirk isn't suited to be a hero. Shinso gripped his arm and gritted his teeth just thinking about it. Shinso that was watching had his fist ball just remembering how it was for him. Aizawa, Shinso, is that true? Shinso, yes, yeah, people are so quick to judge what quirk are useful for heroism and which are not without letting them show that some of the less powerful quirk would do so much better than a destructive quirk. God forbid you're quirkless. But, I'm getting ahead of myself, mind telling me what your quirk is? It's brainwashing. If someone responds to me I can make them do what I want, yeah I know that's pretty villainous. Shinso looked away to prepare himself to get another onslaught of hateful comments about his quirk, but what came next surprised him. What? That's so cool. Izuku jumps up and begins pacing back and forth with his finger on his chin. You would be so useful in a hostage situations, you would be able to stop one of the villains from doing something crazy. You can even calm down one raging villain that is on a tear through a city. You can either stop Endeavor's big idiot self if he gets too violent, which happens a lot I might add. You can help heroes get tons of information of certain villain that most other heroes wouldn't. Shinso was in awe. Even in another verse, Midoriya sees his quirk as a fantastic thing and sees only the good and none of the bad. He hated himself for what he said back at the sports festival. Uraraka, she smiles at Izuku. There you go again, Greeking out over quirk, it's cute. Uraraka then realized what she said and blush. So did Izuku from the comment. Slayer, 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗲. All Might. Young Midoriya's skill when it comes to quirk is outstanding. Inko, he always did love dissecting quirk no matter what they are. She smiled. Slayer, if you all think this is something, wait until a few more. In other words, we are still at the tip of the iceberg. Mike, are you telling me the little listener quirk is that good? This is only a fraction of what he can do. Slayer, oh big time, you haven't seen how good he really is. You sure see who won his hero notebook. It put 𝗵𝗃𝗍 knowledge and 𝗍𝗬𝗍 IQ to shame. Most people drinking something split it out from what they just heard. Izuku, wave his hand in front of him. Come on Slayer, I think you've given me too much praise. They're not all that. Slayer, Izuku, there is a saying where I'm from that your notebooks can literally bring down hero society if they fall into the wrong hands. Hawks, there's no way that's true. Slayer, you will soon, don't worry. Shinso was at a loss for words. Up to this point in his life, he had nothing but bad things about his quirk. For the first time in a while, he heard good things about it. Shinso didn't know, but a tear came down his face. He then stood up and asked something. Phantom, have to know, you're praising my quirk and all, but be real, for can anyone be a hero? Quirk or quirkless? All Might was listening very closely, and he wondered what his successor would say, since this is the exact question he asked. He was hoping Midoriya would do right where he nearly messed up. Shinso was worried about what Midoriya would say since he praised his quirk, but does he believe he can be a hero with it and those without a quirk? Midoriya himself had a feeling what he would say, but he kept silent. He wanted to know that his other self would be the better person to say the thing anyone who asks this question wants to hear. Izuku was a little surprised by the question. Not because he got asked about it, but because he saw a glimpse of himself a minute ago. He took a deep breath and looked out into the night sky. The peaceful night sky, something he always enjoys seeing with his mom. He didn't know what came over him, but he reached for his mask, took it off, and he had a smile on his face. He turned to look at Shinso with the wind blowing and his green flowing in the wind with it. He said, Shinso, you can be a hero. Even those without quirk, they just have to work any harder than those with quirks. Shinso drops to his knees and lets it all out. He wants to hear those words. He understands why those who call the Green Phantom the Night All Might gave him hope and that he wants to know. The people watching was cheering for Midoriya for what he said. Stain had a smile on his face. All Might as well, even some of the villains were smiling at this. Shinso stood up and wiped his face. Sorry about that, I know I look pretty ugly there crying. A little, but it's okay to cry, it means you know the strong truth and have been holding a lot in. Shinso, tell me, are you planning to go to UA? Heh, yeah, it's the best hero school, of course, why wouldn't I try to go to it? Izuku nodded his head. Tell me, do you believe you will pass? What? What do you mean? Shinso, from the little I gather already from how your quirk is and how you were about to end it all not that long ago, I take it you haven't really trained that much, have you? Shinso was still a little lost. What do you mean by train that much? Izuku took a deep breath and pulled out a knife he had hidden away. He tosses it to Shinso's feet. He looks down at the knife and raises an eyebrow at him. Pick it up. Shinso picks up the knife. Okay, now what? The next thing Shinso sees is Izuku rushing him. Shinso was shocked by this and tried to slash the knife pretty ugly, and the next thing he noticed, he was on the ground looking up at Izuku staring down at him. He offered his hand to help him up. Shinso took it. What the hell was that for? It confirmed what I was thinking. Shinso, I stand by what I said when I said you could be a hero, but you have no training and rely too much on your quirk. Of course I rely on my quirk, it's the only thing going for me. What else am I supposed to rely on? Shinso, who is your favorite hero? Eraserhead? Oh good, he minds too. Aizawa's heart skips a beat from hearing in this world he is two kids' favorite hero. He dipped his face deeper in his scarf to hide his embarrassment. Mike and Midnight begin to tease him. Tell me, do you know what his quirk is? Not really, he is not in the media a lot, but from what I heard he is able to erase someone's quirk. Yes, but he can only erase emitter and transformation type quirk, but against mutant type quirk useless. His quirk comes from his eyes. He has to stare at a for meaning if I get behind him and he can see me I can easily beat him. Does that seem like a destructive type of quirk? I guess not now hearing about it. Meaning he has to rely on his gear but mainly his combat training. He basically fights somewhat quirkless and you seem like a smart guy. Do you believe your quirk would stack up against a test that is really designed for more combat-type quirk? No, 𝗫𝗄 grips his fist, coming to the realization he might not be able to get into the hero course. Slayer, he has a point, your test really is really biased. Vlad, I don't get what you and him are getting at. Slayer, I'm saying your entrance exam is biased of all hell. For one, someone like 𝗫𝗄 who quirk can't do 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to robot can't pass. If I have a quirk that is like a communication base that all it lets me do is read people's thoughts and that it is not helping me either. You want students to come to your school but you limit it to those who really designed to fight. Someone like 𝗫𝗄 would have been perfect for something like the USJ. Not only would he get handsy over there to shut up and y'all could arrest him easier and other stuff, but for the fact his quirk was not a powerful emitter type like Mr. Explosive Pineapple, he failed. Meaning, let's say he doesn't meet Izuku, which I will tell you I seen those worlds, he could turn into a villain and become a huge piece for them, and then you have a villain using him to do what he is capable of. Or the fact that another people died by a villain because someone quote-unquote doesn't have the right quirk for the situations. For the simple fact your DMN entrance exam is complete and utter BS. The heroes want to counteract back but realize he has a point. He just points out the flaw and what it can lean to if they didn't get so lucky. Mike was about to speak up about the 𝗧𝗃𝗃𝗃 point, but Slayer beat him to it. Slayer, oh, and before you said anything about the 𝗧𝗃𝗃𝗃 point for one, that is not even on the sheet, so you eliminate that thought from student mind and those without powerful quirk to really save people. Which you could debate, you could see who really shows the true heart of a hero. But then I can say, what about the fact that no one other than 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 saved 𝗬𝗏𝗃 from the machine? Power loader, we would have stopped it, we wouldn't let a student die. Slayer, really? You already have tons of injuries from them on the DMN test. And you think there is not a % chance or a what if it doesn't stop to crush her, or you don't see on the camera a student trapped under some rubble? What then? How you going explain to parents your kid die in the UA entrance exam for a stupid slip you could avoid if you actually told student about recusing other? Oh, and let's not forget you put one student who ran away from the scream of help, Ida. Ida looked down and gritted his teeth. Oh, let forget your so-called great prodigy Mr. F angry dogs himself Bakugo. Aizawa, what's wrong with my student? I understand he has a few issues he needs to work out, but he does what it takes to make a great hero. Slayer, that F gold. I can debate every single thing up to this point of me grabbing you all to show just how flaw everything you just said, you dead wrong and flaw. But you know I will save that for later. I'll leave with this. 𝗫𝗄 himself isn't included from this, neither of you Izuku broth. Izuku flinches a bit. Slayer, you know what, just listen to what this Izuku has to say first. We are only halfway done. Exactly, meaning you need some extra work? What I mean is you need some training. Buff you up. You can barely throw a punch, meaning if I wasn't here and two villains walk through that door behind you right now, you're dead. You have no physical training and would be a liability on a mission. Izuku pointed at 𝗫𝗄, who had a look of realization for the face he just got told the truth. But you're in luck, I'm here. I'm going to train you. 𝗫𝗄, you going to train someone like me? Yep, you have a ton of potential to be a great hero, but we first need to get you ready first. Meet me at 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 Municipal Beach tomorrow. Don't be late. 𝗫𝗄 smiles and bow his head and thank him before leaving into the building. Izuku smiles after hearing 𝗫𝗄's footsteps get lower and lower. His smile left his face, and he pulled his hood up and put his mask back on. You can come out, Eraserhead, I know you're there. Eraserhead appears around the corner. Aizawa, color me impressed, problem child. The fact your other self knew I was there. Izuku, thanks. So, finally got to see you without your hood on, Phantom. Heh, and it only took you to spy on me while helping another kid? So, you plan to train the kid? Oh, of course I meant everything I said to him. I want to see him make it, he just needs the right push. Meaning I'm going to have to deal with the two of you once you pass the exam. Izuku smiles and chuckles slightly. I'm happy you believe in my ability to pass the exam, Dadzawa, but I'm sorry to burst your bubble. I won't be able to get into UA. 𝗫𝗄, what can't be right? He is so strong and skilled. There's no way he's not gonna make it. Nijire, We saw him take on 3 thugs like it was nothing. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗃, Deku-kun will pass and most likely be number 1 this time everything. Kendo, yeah, besides we know Midoriya has such a powerful quirk there's no doubt he would pass. Izuku, he was happy that they believed his other self would pass, but he has already put 2 and 2 together. I'm happy you all believed my other self would pass, but I think I know why he said that. 𝗬𝗏𝗃, what do you mean Deku-kun? Izuku, 𝗧𝗏𝗃, just watch. First, don't call me that. Second off, what do you mean you won't pass? You have defeated and escaped me many times before. What makes you believe you won't pass? All you have to do is use your quirk. Kaminari, 𝗨𝗏𝗃 beat Aizawa-sensei. I'm a little afraid to face him in the sports festival. Ojiro, if he has beaten sensei a few times he must really skill and a lot of training. Bakugo, Teach probably took it easy on the DM and nerd. Aizawa, no, I wouldn't if he had been doing vigilante for at least a year up to this point. I would have asked to catch him after months in and he has gotten away from me. That means problem child is just that good. Bakugo, his teeth, still finding it strong to believe. Slayer, I can't wait for some of the other world to be shown just how bad he can get body by Midoriya. Eri, Papa is so cool. She said with a smile. Everyone's hearts explode from the cuteness. Ask yourself this Eraserhead why you think I never use my quirk against you or up to this point. I would believe it because you haven't need to have a use for it or it is not useful in combat. Izuku stayed quiet and looked at him. Eraserhead was a little confused but slowly began to piece things together. His eyes pop open even though Izuku could see it. He could tell from the body language he put together. You're your dash? Yep, I'm quirkless. Everyone, what? Quirkless again. Nizu, this make it the second time he quirkless so soon. Sato, but how? Doesn't Midoriya have a quirk? Izuku, I was a late bloomer but after seeing the last verse. It could be the fact that my quirk doesn't bloom at all. I hope that is good enough for now. Slayer, right, you have to remember the fact these are based off your Midoriya, so meaning how his past was might be different. I will save you for now but they will get the truth soon or later. Kendo, but I don't get it. Why wouldn't he still get into UA? Izuku, they wouldn't accept quirkless? He said that so calmly and in a dead tone. Some look at Izuku with pity and shock. And UA doesn't accept quirkless? I already asked your principal so I'm going to continue to do vigilante stuff. I'll see you around Eraserhead. It's getting late and I still have school tomorrow. Izuku threw some smoke ball down and disappeared. Eraserhead looked around for him but couldn't see him anywhere. Minute, Izuku went home and opened the apartment. I'm home, he said to no one. He slowly made his way home and walked past all the pictures in the house. It was hushed and a little scary because there were no lights on, and there seemed to be no one around. He stopped in front of a picture and smiled. Don't worry Mom, I haven't given up on my dream. I'm just doing it a different way. He walks past it, and you can see it as a memorial shrine. Inko, oh no, I am so sorry Izuku. Izuku, it's okay Mom, I'm right here and I'm sure it wasn't your fault in the other world. Slayer, right, here you told Izuku to never give up on his dream. Inko smiled at this. Izuku soon made it up to his room. He took his costume and his shirt. Once he took his shirt off, everyone saw the scars that littered his body, from cuts to burns marks to even bruises. The audience grasped at the sight of this. Some even flinched away. 𝗬𝗏𝗃, Dekuverse. Is this close to what on your body? She is trying to hold it together with what she is looking at. Izuku, it's dash Slayer, it is. Everyone turns to look at Slayer. Your Izuku has these as well but worst. Ida, that can't be right, we change with him. We would dash Slayer, ever heard of hero makeup? It demon good. Ida grips his fist. All might, Mr. Slayer, tell us we will find out how this happened. Stream was coming off his body and summoning the last bit of power if it. Slayer, oh you will don't worry we will get the truth. Everyone nodded their heads. He looked over to see Izuku staring at the ground with hair covering his eyes. Slayer teleports beside him and puts his hand on Izuku's head. He looks up at Slayer. I can promise you Izuku it will be different. These people care about you. Trust me, they would go hell and back for you more than anyone else. Keep your head up, little man. 𝗧𝗍 smiles at him. Izuku put a smile on his face and nodded his head. Izuku hopped in the shower. The water was washing over his body, and he touched one of his newer scars on the top of his right shoulder. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 wait, what does Bakugo have to do with this? I mean, I know they have had some beef in the past, but Bakugo wouldn't go as far as to bully 𝗵𝗃𝗃, right? Neither one of them said anything and continued to stare at the screen. Aizawa, 𝗧𝗍, can you 𝗧𝗍? All questions will be answered later, for now, not yet. I like what I call letting it build at its peak. Izuku soon got done in the shower and made it to his bed. He collapsed right on it. He remembers what Shinso asked him about, can anyone be a hero? He smiled to himself and gave him the answer he always wanted to hear. Before succumbing to sleep, but before he fell asleep, he remembered a buff man's silhouette. The screen fades to black. 𝗧𝗍, alright. That verse is done. What do you all think? Inko, excuse Mr. 𝗧𝗍, whatever happens to me in this world. I hope I didn't do anything to leave my son alone. 𝗧𝗍, I was hoping you didn't ask me that. You were killed in a villain attack. Everyone's face got pale from hearing that. You protected a young 𝗵𝗃𝗃 from some debris and Izuku was safe, but in the process you lost your life. Even though there were heroes on the scene, they failed to save you. All the heroes grit their teeth in frustration for failing to save someone. Nizu was the next person to ask a question. Nizu, tell us, 𝗧𝗍, did this lead young 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to become a vigilante by chance? 𝗧𝗍, yes. We should move on to the next one. Title: The Underground. 𝗧𝗍, ****, a little orb appears out from the screen and floats in front of 𝗧𝗍. Izuku, what is that orb for? 𝗧𝗍, oh, it's for me to work on this world later on. 𝗧𝗍, what do you mean you want to work on later? 𝗧𝗍, oh, well, you see, as an overseer I have the ability to make as many worlds as I want and see as many as I want. But, if I feel like a certain world catches my attention, I can take control of it later for me to mess with and create my own verse out of it. Momo, so you're going to mess with their destiny. Wouldn't that take away their free will? 𝗧𝗍, not fully, I just take control to make sure things go a certain way. It could be good, but it can also be bad depending on what the overseer does with that world. There is a certain verse world that is complete, but many other overseers change Izuku from what was planned, so it make another timeline, but that for another time we talk about later. We should get on with this verse. We see a man running with a book bag. He was nearly out of breath. He looks around and makes sure the coast is clear. He knocks on a few bricks before a secret door opens up. He smiles and makes his way down. Kaminari, a secret passage that is 𝗬𝗎𝗍. Best genist. I wonder where he is going. Tiger, I'm sure it's not good. You saw he was looking around like he didn't want to be found. It is clearly a secret evil organization meetup. 𝗧𝗍, no, you're pretty off. Tiger, I am. 𝗧𝗍, I think a certain pro hero here knows what that is, but I don't say anything just yet. All the pros look around to see who he is talking about, trying to think who it could be. The pro which he was thinking of was also lost. The man made his way down the stairs. As he was going down, we heard a noise of cheering and roaring. He soon hits the light, and we see a massive cage in the center of the room with people looking down in the cage and cheering. We see two people fighting in the cage. One of the people in the cage looks like a whole bear, and the other has boxing gloves on. The man with boxing gloves swung at the bear with his right fist, and the bear-like person took the punch and smiled down at the person they smiled at before swiping their claw at the man, cutting him, and blood spilled out, and the other person rolled across the arena, and he was down. But the bear man wasn't done. The bear man went over to the down and bit on the man's left arm with his sharp teeth while picking him up. The man screams in pain before getting thrown to the other end of the cage and collapsing with no pupils in his eyes. And he down. We have a winner, folks. The crowd cheer got louder. Currently, everyone watching was having a different reaction. Ectoplasm, what is this? Fatgum, ISIS, this what Rappa talks about the underground fight club? Kirishima, it has to be, but I didn't think they would do something like this. He gripped his fist. Tetsu, I want to say that manly, but that really wasn't manly at all. Mirio, Sir Knight, mention something similar to this? Bubble Girl, he did. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, if I'm not mistaken, there is a secret organization that does underground fight clubs, and it is a way to make money for some people. Most are thugs or does who want use their quirk free of will. Gran Torino, I have heard about these but not much comes out of them. Slayer, well, we do have a hero here who knows more about the underground fight club. Present Mike, care to tell us who it is? Slayer, I mean, she is giving me the evil eye right now, isn't that right, 𝗵𝗃𝗃? Or should I say 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲? He smiles at the rabbit hero. Everyone else turns their head and looks at her, who has her eyes closed and arms crossed and her teeth. She opened one of her eyes. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, don't make me come up there and break your neck with these powerful legs of mine. Slayer, I mean, you can try, but there are only a few females I want to go out by their thighs. Many people would want to go out by getting choked by your thighs, but I don't, sorry. Still cute. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, I'm just going to ignore all of that. But, fine, I guess the secret is out there I used to fight in the underground scene. Nearly everyone in the theater was shocked by this. Lady, you used to fight in the underground? 𝗵𝗃𝗃, when was this? You never told us. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, it was because it was going on while I was growing up and still on my way becoming a pro. Why do you think I can fight with so much brute force and I could nearly kill many people in a fight? It was because of my time in the underground fight scene. Some of us don't have a family that has the money to take care of each other, so I found a way to make money and hone my skills. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, you could have gone to someone for help. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, help. You ask for help, but people either use you, turn their back against you, or both. I have been doing fine alone, as you can tell. Only those who team up are weak people who can't defend themselves. She closed her eyes. Slayer, are you saying that because you truly believe that? Or you're saying that because maybe you don't want to get attached to someone? 𝗵𝗃𝗃, she looks at Slayer. I'll watch what you said next. Slayer, he brought his hand to his chin and said, let's see, you see, teaming up is a form of weakness. You used to fight in the underground scene where most fight one-on-one. You hate taking sidekicks. And you hate bringing up your past and getting to buddy with people and want to keep in work-related. Maybe it's because while you were in the Izuku's head. He looks up at Slayer. I can promise you, Izuku, it will be different. These people care about you. Trust me, they would go hell and back for you more than anyone else. Keep your head up, little man. Slayer smiles at him. Izuku put a smile on his face and nodded his head. Izuku hopped in the shower. The water was washing over his body, and he touched one of his newer scars on the top of his right shoulder. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Kirishima, wait, what does Bakugo have to do with this? I mean, I know they have had some beef in the past, but Bakugo wouldn't go as far as to bully 𝗵𝗃𝗃, right? Neither one of them said anything and continued to stare at the screen. Aizawa, Slayer, can you dash Slayer? All questions will be answered later, for now, not yet. I like what I call letting it build at its peak. Izuku soon got done in the shower and made it to his bed. He collapsed right on it. He remembers what Shinso asked him about, can anyone be a hero? He smiled to himself and gave him the answer he always wanted to hear. Before succumbing to sleep, but before he fell asleep, he remembered a buff man silhouette. The screen fades to black. Slayer, alright. That verse is done. What do you all think? Inko, excuse Mr. Slayer, whatever happens to me in this world. I hope I didn't do anything to leave my son alone. Slayer, I was hoping you didn't ask me that. You were killed in a villain attack. Everyone's face got pale from hearing that. You protected a young Midoriya from some debris and Izuku was safe, but in the process you lost your life. Even though there were heroes on the scene, they failed to save you. All the heroes grit their teeth in frustration for failing to save someone. Nizu was the next person to ask a question. Nizu, tell us, Slayer, did this lead young Midoriya to become a vigilante by chance? Slayer, yes. We should move on to the next one. Title, The Underground. Slayer, ***, a little orb appears out from the screen and floats in front of Slayer. Izuku, what is that orb for? Slayer, Oh, it's for me to work on this world later on. AFO, what do you mean you want to work on later? Slayer, oh, well, you see, as an overseer I have the ability to make as many worlds as I want and see as many as I want. But, if I feel like a certain world catches my attention, I can take control of it later for me to mess with and create my own verse out of it. Momo, so you're going to mess with their destiny. Wouldn't that take away their free will? Slayer, not fully, I just take control to make sure things go a certain way. It could be good, but it can also be bad depending on what the overseer does with that world. There is a certain verse world that is complete, but many other overseers change Izuku from what was planned, so it make another timeline, but that for another time we talk about later. We should get on with this verse. We see a man running with a book bag. He was nearly out of breath. He looks around and makes sure the coast is clear. He knocks on a few bricks before a secret door opens up. He smiles and makes his way down. Kaminari, a secret passage that is 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗍𝗪. Best genist. I wonder where he is going. Tiger, I'm sure it's not good. You saw he was looking around like he didn't want to be found. It is clearly a secret evil organization meetup. Slayer, no, you're pretty off. Tiger, I am. Slayer, I think a certain pro hero here knows what that is, but I don't say anything just yet. All the pros look around to see who he is talking about, trying to think who it could be. The pro which he was thinking of was also lost. The man made his way down the stairs as he was going down. We heard a noise of cheering and roaring. He soon hits the light, and we see a massive cage in the center of the room with people looking down in the cage and cheering. We see two people fighting in the cage. One of the people in the cage looks like a whole bear, and the other has boxing gloves on. The man with boxing gloves swung at the bear with his right fist, and the bear-like person took the punch and smiled down at the person they smiled at before swiping their claw at the man cutting him, and blood spilled out, and the other person rolled across the arena, and he was down. But the bear man wasn't done. The bear man went over to the down and bit on the man's left arm with his sharp teeth while picking him up. The man screams in pain before getting thrown to the other end of the cage and collapsing with no pupils in his eyes. And he down. We have a winner, folks. The crowd cheer got louder. Currently, everyone watching was having a different reaction. Ectoplasm, what is this? 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵, ISIS, this what Rappa talks about the underground fight club? Kirishima, it has to be, but I didn't think they would do something like this. He gripped his fist. Tetsu, I want to say that manly, but that really wasn't manly at all. Mirio, Sir Knight, mentioned something similar to this. Bubble Girl, he did. Centipeder, if I'm not mistaken, there is a secret organization that does underground fight clubs, and it is a way to make money for some people. Most are thugs or does who want use their quirk free of will. Gran Torino, I have heard about these, but not much comes out of them. Slayer, well, we do have a hero here who knows more about the underground fight club. Present Mike, care to tell us who it is? Slayer, I mean, she is giving me the evil eye right now, isn't that right, Mirko? Or should I say Rumi Usajiyama? He smiles at the rabbit hero. Everyone else turns their head and looks at her, who has her eyes closed and arms crossed and her teeth. She opened one of her eyes. Mirko, don't make me come up there and break your neck with these powerful legs of mine. Slayer, I mean, you can try, but there are only a few females I want to go out by their thighs. Many people would want to go out by getting choked by your thighs, but I don't, sorry. Still cute. Mirko, I'm just going to ignore all of that. But, fine, I guess the secret is out there I used to fight in the underground scene. Nearly everyone in the theater was shocked by this. Lady, you used to fight in the underground? Ryukyu, Rumi, when was this? You never told us. Mirko, it was because it was going on while I was growing up and still on my way becoming a pro. Why do you think I can fight with so much brute force and I could nearly kill many people in a fight? It was because of my time in the underground fight scene. Some of us don't have a family that has the money to take care of each other, so I found a way to make money and hone my skills. Pixie Bob, Romeo could have gone to someone for help. Mirko, help. You ask for help, but people either use you, turn their back against you, or both. I have been doing fine alone, as you can tell. Only those who team up are weak people who can't defend themselves. She closed her eyes. Slayer, are you saying that because you truly believe that? Or you're saying that because maybe you don't want to get attached to someone? Mirko, she looks at Slayer. I'll watch what you said next. Slayer, he brought his hand to his chin and said, 𝗬𝗧𝗍𝗃 teaming up is a form of weakness. You used to fight in the underground scene where most fight one-on-one. You hate taking sidekicks. And you hate bringing up your past and getting to buddy with people and want to keep in work-related. Maybe it's because while you were in the underground you found some people who understand your pain better than those people nowadays. This group of people became your group friends and you finally found a home. I'm getting close to home. 𝗧𝗱 tilted his head with a smile. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, she stood up and looked at 𝗧𝗱 with anger. I would choose your next few sentences very, very carefully. 𝗧𝗱. He smiled at her. You were close to these teens at the time and it seems you all had inspiration to be heroes and make your own agency like many others at the time, and the underground was a stepping stone for you and them. It pays good and it makes you strong. You all believe everything is gonna be good, but one of these friends betrayed you. End up running away, and in the process you and your friends, something happens to you and them and they end up losing their life because they wasn't as strong as you, I'm guessing. The next thing everyone sees is 𝗵𝗃𝗃 jumping towards 𝗧𝗱 and bringing her foot down on the stage where he is making a vast dust cloud. When the dust clears, they see 𝗧𝗱 leaning against the wall smiling at her. 𝗧𝗱, I guess I was right. You think if you get too attached again to people you will either get backstabbed again or you get attached to them and once they died it will hurt, so in order not to feel that pain you don't team up with anyone to feel that guilt or take on a sidekick to his emotional attached to them. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, you run your mouth too much for a so-called god. You better hope I don't catch you because I'm going to wish you never opened your mouth. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 jumped at 𝗧𝗱 again but went for a stomp onto his head. All he did was move his head to the side, and the foot got implanted into the wall. 𝗧𝗱, aren't you a pro? Aren't pros supposed to be calm under situations like this? I guess this just shows that you're just human. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, what? 𝗧𝗱 stepped away from her and went up to the front and looked out at the crowd. 𝗧𝗱, let this be a lesson to you students. For one, you're human, you have emotions and their reason behind certain reasons people act or do things. Just because you're a pro doesn't mean you're not above those of human emotions. Understand, villains will use anything they can dig up about you to their advantage. Bakugo, so what? You're telling us to go solo, that what I plan to do anyway. She clearly shows getting attached is nothing more than a hindrance. 𝗧𝗱. He chuckled a bit. You would think that, of course. It might get you far and could reach the top, but he turns and looks at 𝗵𝗃𝗃. It also makes you weak. You're not a walking one-man army. With no backup against a strong foe you die. He then turns back at Bakugo. Alone, what's so good dying alone? No one to carry your legacy. You think teaming up make weak and bonds make a person vulnerable, but I believe it make you stronger to reach new height and have a reason to live on. He went over to 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and tapped her on the shoulder. I understand you don't want to be betrayed again, but you can't stay close off forever. If you do, you lose all those bonds you didn't know you had, and when you realize it, there be too late. Nothing worse than dying with regrets. Oh, before I forget, sorry I put some of your business out there. Things need to come out for us to move forward. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had her head down and walked back to her seat. She doesn't say a word to anyone. 𝗧𝗱 snapped his finger to fix the 2 holes she made. Hawk looks at 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and offers her some chicken wings with a smile. She teases before taking it and taking a big bite out of it. 𝗧𝗱, sorry about that folks, we got sidetracked there for a minute. There, we should continue with this verse. The man turned his head. I see you finally made it. Of course I couldn't miss this. One of the uncrowned kings will be battling tonight. I have a lot of money riding on this. He opens the book bag and sees a ton of cash in the bag. Fat gum. So they bet on a person's life. Disgusting. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, it's how it works. People bet on you to win or lose, and if you win you get some of that money. The reason why it pays better than being a pro in the top may be all the way to the top, but depends on the fight. She chewed a bit more of her chicken wing. Ida, to make that much money to pay some of its fighters, wouldn't the Hero Commission do something about it? 𝗧𝗱, that if only the Hero Commission see it as a problem. Ida, what? 𝗧𝗱, tell me, do you believe me the government that runs the hero system is clean? Is it perfect? That they don't help organize things like these? Ida, it wouldn't make sense. What? Why would they help fund something that is not heroic at all? Hawk, it because it helps pay them and make them look better for them funding, and plus they can recruit member from there themselves. People turn their heads at Hawk. You're going to learn as you get older that there are a lot of moral gray areas in higher-ups. If they don't need it, they can always shut it down and make it look like a victory for the hero society to stop something like this. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 helps target certain heroes and commissioners if they gain too big in the underground. They only want the people in power that they want. Endeavor, and you know this how? Slayer, because one of his co-workers is ordered to kill these heroes or higher. The audience gasped. Momo, are you saying there are heroes who are ordered to kill heroes? Slayer. He turned his back to them and looked up at the screen. The next thing everyone heard was something breaking. The audience turns to see who did it. Slayer only turns his head a bit. They see it was All Might in his buff form. He crushed his drink. All Might, I'm sorry, it just asterisk deep breath star. Slayer, it okay, the hero commission hides things like this away. They would only want certain things in the public eyes. They wouldn't want word to get out that they're helping fund an underground fight club to make their wallet bigger and scout bigger threats and potential people they could use to their advantage. Edgeshot, to think we shim over something like this? Slayer, don't beat yourself up about too much, plus it has help. Look at 𝗵𝗃𝗃, as much baggage it came with it shapes her as the strong person she is, and plus it helps someone else in their world. You think he can actually beat him? No way. He might be the youngest member of Uncrowned Kings and Queen, but he has been undefeated for the last 3 years. There is not a chance for some upcoming newcomer to beat a king, said the guy with the bag of money. I got money for the new guy who is twice his size. You know what they said, the bigger they are the harder they fall. The two laugh as they make their way to the betting booth, walking past someone wearing a green hoodie with earplugs in his ears. Azui, I think the newcomer is Midoriya-chan. Ribbit. Zero, yeah, it makes sense if we go off trends for the last 2 worlds. There is no doubt Midoriya is probably fighting here. Tokoyami, then the better question becomes, why would he fight in the underground scene? Toru, I don't know, but I hope he can beat this king. I don't want Midoriya to get hurt. Uraraka, Deku-kun is going to kick that king, but watch, she said while pumping her fist. Izuku, thanks. But it is strong to tell what the king is able to do and what skills I have. If he is a king, he is not going to be a pushover. Midnight, Rumi, were there these uncrowned kings and queen when you were in the underground? No, it's been a few years since I last heard anything out of the underground scene. That type of stuff is kept on the down low for a reason. It's strong to make it out into the public. I heard about some or more wins than most, but titles I don't know. Eraserhead, great problem, child has to fight someone who might likely be a pro. I don't like where this is going. Bakugo, I bet I'm that king. If this guy is rooting for the strong, and it has something to do with Deku, he will most likely fight me and he is going to get crushed. Toga, oh really, Mr. Pro Ready, why would you fight in the underground? Bakugo, I don't know. Probably due to me becoming strong to reach the number hero. Slayer, you are way the heck off. Bakugo, what? Slayer, it's funny to believe you think you would be a king that cute. But these individuals who have the title can defeat most pros, and the king we are about to see is someone who is respected. And you're not respected. Mineta, well Midoriya, you had a good run. Izuku, wait come on, I'm sure I can talk down the king or something. Right, Slayer? Or does the other me have a plan? Slayer, Izuku, I guess I have to lose soon or later, it matter or time I guess. See? Uraraka, come on Deku-kun, I'm sure your other self got this. Eriki, Papa is the best and strongest. Izuku, thanks Uraraka-san and Eri-san. Slayer, I'm not going to tell them, I let it be a surprise. We see the bear man throwing his hand up in victory, pumping up the crowd. You know, people really think this guy is all that. The green hoodie person turns his head and looks at a man wearing glasses and walking with a fancy cane, wearing a nice black suit. The person in the green just went back to his music. You know, if I was an average businessman or a new person, I would pick this guy too, but I know better, since after all I'm your agent Deku. The green hoodie picks his head up, and we see Izuku Midoriya. A/N, he dress at the picture up top, all of the female viewers, holy see, why does he look hot? Kirishima, man Midro bro looking good. Izuku, he rubs his neck, thanks, I guess I go well with a good hoodie. Inko, why is my son fighting there? Slayer, sorry best mom, I can't tell until the end of the verse, but I will explain why he is there later. But do enjoy the show. Your son is going to show you all why you shouldn't mess with him if he ever got serious. Everyone turned their head back to the screen. Izuku takes his headphones out and wraps them around his phone. 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏, you know what these new people think. They believe once the next big rookie gets hot, they're the next big thing. Only those who really put in the work can reach the top. Izuku took some gloves out of his pocket and put them on. You underestimate your opponent before a fight that will be your undoing. Izuku begins to walk to the cage. 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏 smiles. Of course you know that. You know that better than anyone. The light bounces off 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏's glasses, and they can see him dead serious. Alright folks. It's time for the main event tonight. You see the newcomer, the bear who gone on a tear, winning his last matches with a record of the big grizzly himself, 𝗧𝗍𝗧. The crowd cheered and yelled his name. Shoji, wait. If that bear man is the rookie and he is facing the King Yaoyorozu, and we saw Midoriya-kun walking toward the cage. All the villains, that can only mean. And his opponent, one of the 4 uncrowned kings and queen of the underground fight world. The youngest of the kings, the one who has a huge follower. Your king, the strongest soldier in this world with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 enchanted champ. Or king. Or you can do it. You can do it. Different things were yelled at the two. Everyone, Midoriya, Papa / Dekukuin / Izuku / Midorobro is a king. Uraraka, that's awesome to hear Dekukuin. Kota, him being a king just makes him even cooler. Twice, that's so cool / I don't believe it. Dabi, the kid is considered the world's strongest soldier. That is not a title that gets thrown around. That is a title you earn or given to you after you have done something that no person alive could have done. Mr. Compress, color me impressed. From what he has gained so far, the underground fighting scene is no joke. And it is for him to be considered the youngest and have such a heavy title he impressed. And this is a world with all might in it and other quirk. Toga, Izuku just keep getting better and better. Bakugo, I don't see why he was given that title of all people. Kendo, I mean we all see his quirk is so similar to All Might, it makes sense why he was given the title. No, there's more to it. Everyone turned and looked at him. Listen how he phrased that the intro he said in a world full of quirk, meaning their underlying thing to that. Gang Orca, there's no way he can't be. Slayer, grin, you catch on fast, you're a walking corpse, but let not say anything, the surprise is even better, just get ready for a show. Izuku began to stretch. The man named Gizzo is looking down at Izuku with a smile. I finally get to take down a king. Who would have guessed I get the easiest of the uncrowned king? Ha! Izuku is still stretching and hasn't said anything. What, cat, your tongue, it's okay to be stunned by this power, I know you were shaking in your boots. Ha! I'll tell you what, I'll make this easy on you, I'll end this as soon as possible. I like to boast in my new glory. Aizawa, ****, problem child is going to embarrass him. Kamui Woods, what makes you so sure? I'm not doubting the kid, it's just that guy is 3 times his size. Mirko, it's because he's too cocky. One thing you learn down there, your cockiness is going to lead to your downfall a lot earlier than most. Just look at the crowd. They look at the crowd watching the fight. They're silent and seem to be gears. Instead of wearing bear-type gear, they change their clothing into simple green shifts or something green. Look how fast the crowd turned against the bear dude. The boy hasn't said anything, that is not just confidence there. That the feeling of he has been in this spot many times before and knows how this goes. If you're gloating about your status, make sure after you win, not prior. Slayer, it gives the other person motivation to just kick your butt even harder. Izuku just looked at the bear. He looked over to the man near the bell. He nodded his head and rang the bell. The bear man wasted no time to swing and Izuku with his claws. Ha! How do you like that? I hope you don't feel too bad not to get a hit in. Ha! The bear kept 𝗬𝗍𝗍 and soon brought his paw down on the spot Izuku was on. He was a bit but had a smile on his smile. He lifted his paw up and saw no one there. No BLD either. What? You know, I don't know if you have an agent or here alone, but someone should have told you one thing about me. The bear man looked next to him and saw Izuku completely unharmed. I hate cocky people. Izuku was going for a punch right for the stomach. I should be okay. I'm a bear. I'm 3 times his size. A regular punch, he is going to break his fists. I heard he doesn't have any strength-boosting quirk. Izuku punched the man right in the gut with such force it caused a gust of wind to appear. Behind the bear man's back, there is also a sound of a crack. He proceeds to split BLD, and his pupils turn white. He began to fall forward, but he then got an uppercut to the chin, a right hook, a left hook, and an elbow to the top of his head to end it. Gizzo's head smacks right into the arena, which causes a crack to appear under his head. Izuku looked down at the man for a minute before the bell rang. Izuku put his hands in his pocket and walked out of the cage. The crowd erupts into a roar of Deku. And there you have it, folks. You're still undefeated. You're quirkless King Deku. People's jaws were wide open. No one could speak on just the quick beatdown they just saw. Eri, that was so cool. She jumped up with stars in her eyes. Papa was like whoosh. And it was like 𝗵𝗃. Then he gave him one I don't remember, but it was so cool. Papa is the coolest. I told you. She smiles with excitement. Nearly the entire theater was clutching their heart from Eri trying to copy the Deku on the screen. Slayer, I'm going to have to send this to Ender later. He is going to die from cuteness. Vlad King, I have to admit that, was impressed. Ojiro, I mean, I knew Midoriya was going to be strong in this world, but to hear him quirkless again, and he beat that guy so effortlessly, it shows I still have a long way to go. Stain, this kid is just full of surprise. Mirko, if the kid has the title of one of these kings and he is quirkless, there is no doubt he is strong. I wonder how I would fare against this kid. Dabi, well, the kid definitely lives up to the title as strongest soldier now. Mr. Compress, now, we know why he was given that title, to be strong as a quirkless person, to stand up against those with quirk, and he hasn't lost since joining. That means he still has a lot of secrets and he is considered a king. Todoroki, but I still don't get it. How did Midoriya not hurt his fist? If he quirkless punched a bear right in the stomach, would have at least hurt, right? He didn't seem affected by it. Pony, he keeps getting cooler and cooler with each word going by. Uraraka, 𝗧𝗵𝗃? She punched the air looking at Izuku, who was trying to hide his face from embarrassment and praise he was getting about his other self. Bakugo, why is Deku the one getting praise? He beat some random guy and he was some king. How? He's just a useless nerd. Why him? What makes him so DMN special? Why not me? Slayer, he looked at Bakugo, he read his thought process at the time. Oh Kakin, you don't understand, this was never about you. It will never be about you in verse I rule over. I think I might have to cheat the system a bit and choose the next world myself. It's about time your sins come forth for the bullshit you have pulled. Slayer looks over a bit and sees Kodai from Class B hand raise. Oh yes, what do you need? Kodai, I was just wondering, how was Midoriya-kun able to punch that guy and not feel any pain? To crack a few of his bones on a semi-bear transforming, he would feel some resistance. The announcer said he was quirkless, so that means unless those gloves were special design, he would have done a regular punch. Slayer, oh that because at this world the Midoriya, how I say this, there are a little more special than your avenged human. Everyone raises an eyebrow. I'll explain at the end of the verse, but let's continue first. There are a few more things I think you all will like to see. Izuku gets off the tiny stairs and walks over to the man named Gambio. You made short work of that guy tonight. What special occasion? Got a date plan or something? Gambio, you know good well I can't get a date, I have family members to take care of. Every female. A family person. He keeps getting better. Oh, come on Deku, you're still live a little. You're still young. You're literally the youngest member of the uncrowned kings and queen. What about that pink-haired girl? She seems really attached to you. She is smart, and PBI seems to hit her like a truck. Everyone female. Pink hair. But I don't have pink hair. There are only 2 people who have pink hair. They look at Mina and May, who both were thinking who could be between the 2 of them. 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗃, gross, you're like, don't talk about her like that. Izuku was giving him a look of disgust. I'm hurt. I am out here looking out for your well-being and you call me old. You hurt me. Izuku just looked at him like really before sighing and taking a deep breath. I need to get home. I'm sure both my Yuzumi and Izuki are worried sick about me. Izuku picked up his bag. Thanks again for the night, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗃. I'm sure you will worry about the business side of things. You know it, little champ. Now get going. I know those two can get cranky without their one-ice in there. He chuckled at Izuku. And you made it weird again. Have a good night, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗃. Izuku left. Inko, Izumi, Izuki. Those are names if I had a girl or another boy. What's going on? Mario, I'm a little surprised by the 𝗵𝗃 agent. He seems like a cool dude. Fat gum. I wouldn't trust someone like him. People like him would use 𝗵𝗃 to he use up, and once he used all his use up for him no more, he would throw 𝗵𝗃 to the side. All Might, as much as I would like to agree with you with that, I don't think so. He didn't seem that type of guy. He seems to actually care for young 𝗵𝗃 if we want him to date someone at a young age. Aizawa, I don't know if I should worry or have a massive headache about problem child for working with someone like him. He is someone you shouldn't put your trust in. Toga, you're all idiots? The heroes turned to Toga. Midnight, excuse us, young lady. What did say to us? Toga, I say you're all idiots. For some heroes I found it funny you can't tell he is not hiding behind no mask for Izuku-kun. He is speaking and acting like someone who is watching out for his well-being. Death arms, and you would know this for true because unlike heroes they will deal with people like them. They send people like him who will use or help them. So, they can pick it up. It is also the fact that it takes someone to wear a mask to know when someone else is wearing one. Toga's danger senses flare up, and she grabs one of her hidden knives and rolls it up her sleeve ready to attack. The League notices this and prepares themselves since they know of Toga's past. FO, you know this yourself is quite interesting. You said you call yourself an overseer, but to say you know what it takes a person to wear one to know one, is that saying you wear one yourself? AFO is leaning on one of his fists while talking and looking at Slayer. Slayer. He still has his back toward them. I never said I was perfect, did I? I come with my flaws. Just because I have all this power doesn't mean I'm from human emotion myself. But this isn't about me right now. We watching different verses about the green hair cinnamon roll of class A and stuff. But I did say you will find things out about people who have some type of connection to the green bean, so keep that in mind again. And before you ask, save the question to the end. I will answer them then. Izuku is leaving the underground. He pulled his headphones out and put them in his ear. He stopped by a small convenience store to pick up some stuff. As he leaves, he hears some noise coming from an alley. He looked around for a hero. Of course, no DMN hero around. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 hero nature. Izuku walked into the alley. All Might, always a righteous hero, don't use young 𝗵𝗃. Have someone when they're in trouble no matter how small it is. He smiled at his predecessor. Izuku, he rubbed the back of his neck. I guess I couldn't help it. Aizawa, trouble seems to follow you no matter where you go, huh? Problem child. Izuku, I guess so, sensei. Slayer, well, you're the main pillar of a verse. Things like this will happen a lot to him. Aizawa just groaned. Two guys corner a girl. Come on, I'm sure you keep us company. What part of leave me alone you don't understand? The girl tries to walk past them, but they block her. The part where you let us have some fun with you, said one of the guys while his lips crossed. Come on, we try and play nice here. Don't make us do this the strong way. They took a step forward while the female took a step back. As one of the guy's hands reached forward, the next thing he felt was his head getting sent flying right into a wall with a crack. The man collapsed over. I'm sure she said she not interest. They look at the newcomer Izuku. He looked at the other guy, who got scared a bit but risked it and charged at Izuku. Izuku swiftly kicks the man right in the stomach. His foot looked like it was about to come out from the back of the man's back. The guy collapsed over. Shota, 𝗵𝗃 is really one-shot all these guys. Tetsu, I wonder who he saved this time. Zero, whoever it is going to be really happy, that for sure. Every female student, I hope it is me this time. Izuku turns and looks at the girl. You're okay? Yeah, thanks. I didn't know what would happen to me if you didn't show up. The girl came to the limelight so that everyone could see her. The girl had fair-skinned with a perpetual blush on her cheeks. The female was Ochiko Uraraka. Females, Ochiko/Uraraka/me. Uraraka, yes. Female, you get this one, Uraraka. It's not a problem that I wouldn't want someone to get hurt while I was on my way home. You're out pretty late. Why are you returning home so late? Izuku turns and looks at her. I could ask the same for you. I'm just getting off work. I kinda forgot to get some food for me tonight and had to make a quick run to the store to get me something. Uraraka rubs the back of her head. Well, were you able to get it? No, sadly. I was just short on money and I was on my way back home. I thought I counted right. I guess I miscounted for once. Uraraka chuckled a bit. Izuku looked at her up and down. He then reached in his pocket. Open your hand. I'm okay. Uraraka opens her right hand. She then felt something get put in her hand. She looks and sees a few handfuls of yen. She was shocked by this, and Izuku picked up his grocery bag. Uraraka went up to him. I can't take this. Why not? This is your money. That's just wrong for me to take it. You're not taking it. I gave some, besides I have more. Mina, oh, that's sweet. He gave Uraraka money so she can give herself something to eat? She grinned at Uraraka. Uraraka, Dekugen Izuku, I don't blame him. I would have done the same. The only difference is I would have given you more. Uraraka, but Deku-kun, that's your money. It would have been wrong. Izuku, it wouldn't be right if you went home hungry, so I don't see the problem of giving money if you need some. It's like my other self said he has more and he rather you get something to eat than nothing. Uraraka, Dekugen. Uraraka was trying her hardest not to cry right now. Inko and some of the pros were smiling at this right now. 2-inch, look, just take it, get yourself something to eat and be done with that. At least let me get you something. Nope, I'm good. But, you're okay, I don't see no problem with me giving you money. I hate to see someone go home on an empty stomach. Izuku begins to walk away. Uraraka looked down at the money. She grips it and bows her head. Thank you. I promise to return the favor in the future. Izuku waves back at her. She was about to turn and run to the toward but stopped herself and yelled one more thing at him. Hey, wait. Izuku stops and turns around. What do you need? I'm sure I gave you enough. It's not about money, I never got your name. Oh, it is 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He waved back at her one more time. She smiles. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what a cute name. Izuku and Uraraka blush at this. Uraraka began to float up the ceiling before Tsu had to pull her down. Some of the people in the theater were chuckling at the two people who have a crush on each other, embarrassed about being called cute. Some guys were jealous, you can guess who, of Midoriya, while others were happy for him. Izuku soon made it home. He opens the door and yells, I'm home. Two green hair heads pop up, they turn toward the door and see Izuku. 𝗵𝗃. Big bro, the two kids got up and ran over to Izuku, who had a smile on his face, and opened his arms to let them hug him. You made it back. Everyone in the theater, oh, Mitsuki, who would have guessed you would give birth to 3 pretty little kids, Inko? Inko, I was not expecting it myself. She smiled, seeing what she had hoped for when she had Izuku. She was hoping at some point when Izuku got old enough, she might give him another sibling, but ever since he was diagnosed quirkless, she never really could think about having another sibling for Izuku. Were you too good while I was gone? They separate from the hug. They heard another voice. Yep, and this time we didn't blow up anything this time. Izuku looks up and sees one of his closest friends. A girl with pink hair, 𝗵𝗃. Female, 𝗵𝗃. Izuku. So in this verse I was able to befriend Mei before you. That means she would have properly helped me get UA through the support department. Slayer, yeah, not quite their little green. Izuku, Slayer, just keep watching. How much was it them stopping you, or was it you trying to keep under control with their quirk? He smiled at her. Mei looked away sheepishly. It might have them stopping me. He chuckled, why am I not surprised? Come on you two, let's get you two to bed. Okay big bro, they both said. They ran upstairs. I call dibs on big bro favorite pillow, yelled the little girl. No fair, you got it last time. Mei and Izuku chuckled at the two. Izuku made his way upstairs and helped them get ready. Midnight, I might have to pull out, and this is quite adorable. Azui, I didn't know you work well with little sibling 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏. Izuku, I didn't think I would do so well either. Slayer, I mean when you have little kids copying your style, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a little sibling they look at you. You're like a huge role model for little kids. Izuku, you think so? Slayer, Izuku, if I had kids in your worlds and there is a hero I would want them to look to, you're my #guy I want them to see as a role model if they don't want to look at me. Izuku, he sniffled a bit. Thanks. Slayer, no problem little green, he smiled. After Izuku got them in bed and read them a story, he shut the door. He went to the kitchen and saw Mei in the living room messing with one of her inventions. Thanks for looking after them again. Izuku made his way over to Mei and handed her a bottle of water, which she took. Thanks, and no problem, it's only right. For everything you've done for me. Not really, I only volunteer to be your crazy lab rabs in return for you babysitting. He took a swing of his water. But look at what strife I made with my babies. I'm sure I will pass the UA support entrance exam with flying color. She began to laugh, then it died down. She got a little sad. Izuku, are you sure you don't want to go to UA? Izuku looks at her and sighs. I'm sure, Mei. I'm already too deep in the underground fight system, since you already know I'm one of its kings and queen. It helps keep a roof over me and my siblings' house. I can't lose them. Dabi, so that's why he fights for family and to have a better future for his remaining family members. Izuku 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏. Even in another world he cares deeply for his family. Snipe. To fight in something like the underground fight scene for family shows how much he willingly sacrifices himself to make others happy. Stain. To put family first and risk hurting himself and to give his little sibling a more stable life. He is a true hero. All Might. Young 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏, how much did you have to sacrifice to get where you are? You sure enjoy your youth, not risking your life for something like that. What happens to you in this world? 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏. Strong, kind, can fight, and a family person. Can he get any better? She her lips. Slayer, yes, but that for later. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏, I like the sound of that. I understand that, it's just I worry about you. You're the first person to treat me like a regular being, for how well you know how weird I am when it comes to my babies, of course. I don't want to lose to you. Mei had tears in her eyes. Izuku looked at her for a bit and got up. He went over to her and brought her in for a hug. Mei, I understand, but don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me. I have people come back too. You, my first true friend I had since I was diagnosed quirkless, I won't die. I will always come back to Izumi, Izuki, and you. I can promise you that, Mei. People in the theater had a smile on their faces. This Izuku is mature already and will do anything for his family. Mei herself has a blush on her face seeing how close her other self is, and Mr. 10 million points how close they are. She won't lie, he is the first person who doesn't mind her babies, no matter how crazy they might be. At first, saw him as a friend, but over the years she has grown feeling for him. She won't tell him, but she sometimes would feel up on him just because of how much his body was chiseled from stone. She didn't understand how a plain-looking face hid such a glorious body, but demon. She was happy she gets to feel upon it with no problem. Mei wiped her face. Now, can you do me a favor and crush that UA entrance exam so I can say in the underground some of the stuff I wear is sponsored by one of the greatest minds there ever was? He smiled at her. She blushed and smiled. You dork, you bet. The screen fades to black. Slayer, and that was the underground fighter Deku. So did you all like that verse? Kirishima, Midro bro was super manly back there when fighting that bear-looking dude and saving Urarakuts. Ida, I might not fully understand why Midoriya must fight in the underground to support his family, but I am happy to see him at least doing what he can to support those around him. Uraraka, Deku-kun just keeps showing what makes him unique and everything. Slayer, told you little guy these people would like you and everything. Izuku smiles and Slayer. Now, I'm sure some of you have questions, so I guess I can answer them. Nizu, yes, if I heard correctly earlier they mentioned young Midoriya is at the time this takes place but Miss 𝗵𝗃 isn't in UA yet. Why is that? Slayer, well, in this verse UA is a university instead of a high school, so basically all the events that would happen in your world. In their world it would have taken place 3 years later. 𝗧𝗲𝗍, so care to explain how these uncrowned kings and queen work? You mentioned how they could take on some of the best pros, just how strong are these uncrowned people and how did Izuku Midoriya become one? Inko, and can you also explain what happened to me? I really hope I didn't just end up leaving 3 kids to defend for themselves. Slayer, yeah, I guess I should explain all of that. Deep breath, alright, so in this world I mentioned earlier how the Midoriya are unique. You see they are a special BLD line. In that world the Midoriya BLD line has been around since the dawn of quirks, and has been a very powerful family quirk, or quirkless it didn't matter. Everyone was a little surprised by this information but continued to listen. Slayer, so, around the time Izuku was born the legend most of the stories of the Midoriya bloodline are just legends. People who can run just as fast as someone with a speed quirk, smarter than most with an IQ quirk, stronger than those with strength enhancer quirk. And most of the Midoriya were quirkless. People were listening to each word. But because something that has happened in the past most of the Midoriya line was wiped out. And because those in higher power were scared of their bloodline. They want them gone, so they did what they could to wipe them out. The people in the theater were PSS and couldn't believe it. Fear drove near extinction for Izuku nearly. Kendo, but why would they fear someone who was on their side? Wouldn't it be better to try to work with them? Slayer, not all those with the Midoriya bloodline were good people. Some were villains, some were people who want regular lives, some were vigilante. It didn't matter, the Midoriya were too strong for just being some quirkless people. But nothing is scarier than a Midoriya that had a quirk, combined with their already unique bloodline plus a quirk made them so dangerous they could be targeted at a young age. People try to imagine just what type of hell the other Midoriya had to go through if his family was hunted because of their last name. Mitsuki, I hate to ask, but why didn't they get rid of Izuku and his siblings? It is clear they're alive. Slayer, well, when Izuku was born, like I said, it was only a myth. With nearly most of the bloodline wiped out, 1 or 2 Midoriyas don't seem like a problem. So, they saw no reason to target a child off a rumor at that time. You see, Izuku had the entire bloodline of his past family member bloodline running in him. He didn't fully know it, but he knew his family bloodline was special. But picking up where I left off, when he was diagnosed quirkless he again went through BS after BS, but he was still both his parents, so he was happy. He still looks up to heroes and everything. But one day while his father was working he died due to a villain attack. Due to that attack, Izuku's feelings toward heroes waver a bit. He didn't fully hate them, he was just disappointed in them. Now the heroes gritted teeth again to have failed again in another world. Just how incompetent were they? They knew they couldn't save everyone, but to hear over and over you could have saved them, or knowing they were rich hurts more than anything. Slayer, but before he died Inko did get 𝗵𝗃𝗏 with twins. Izuku knew he would have to be a big sibling and care for them and protect them and be their role model, just how All Might were his role model. And one day they were born. Izuku was happy he had 2 little siblings that would look up to him and more. His drive to be a hero grew stronger and want them to know everything will be okay. But how wrong he was. One day while he was out at the park with his 2 little siblings his house was set on fire. It was stated as a villain attack, but that was never for sure, but in the end Inko lost her life. Izuku gripped his fist, and he was mad. Losing his mother would hurt. He knew deep down he wouldn't be here without being the rock she is. He can't imagine what the other Izuku most have felt, losing both parents and have to be the grown-up to watch his 2 little siblings while being quirkless on top of the must have gone through much worse than he ever did. Slayer, with both his parents gone, Izuku was now the man of the house and now had to find a way to take care of 2 little siblings. Kirishima, what about Bakugo and his family? I'm sure they could take them in. Slayer, since they are not really related, the most that would happen is only one of them would get put with them while the other 2 would get put into foster care. The students who had siblings knew that getting split up from them is not a great feeling, and with them so young, it wouldn't help. In fact, it could make things worse. Monoma, but I still don't get it. Was there really no good job that would hire him? I'm sure there were better jobs that would pay better than fighting something like the underground. Monoma may not like Class A a lot, but the one person he respects a bit is Izuku, and from these last two verses, he sees there more to Midoriya, and he might see what Kendo sees in someone like him. Izuku, it's because my other self is quirkless? The other turned to him. Tsuburaba, what does you being quirkless do with anything? I'm sure you wouldn't have do something that bad. Izuku, it has everything to with it. Izuku was shocked that he just raised his voice and covered his mouth. I'm sorry I yell. Most of the people who knew anything about Izuku were shocked to see him yell like that. He never snapped like that before, but seeing him raising his voice that way made a few of them question. What did he go through in his past? Or what did he see with quirkless being treated? Inko was trying her best to hold it together since she knew somewhat how bad it was for her son. Bakugo looks away, not saying anything or reacting to Izuku's outburst. Slayer, you shouldn't have to apologize to some of these jackasses that don't know what true hardship and pain is. Some of the pros and students look at Slayer with a little bit of anger. Tsuburaba, what? What do you mean we don't know what true hardship feels like? What makes him so different from us not having a quirk? Slayer, what makes him so different? What is so different? Tell me, do you know how it feels to get bullied? Tsuburaba, Slayer, do you know what it feel like to get beat up every single day of your demon life for just existing? Tsuburaba, Slayer, do you know what it feels to be told you were a mistake? Do you know how it feels to strong someone to find a job because you don't have a quirk? Do you know how it feels to get refused medical attention? Do you know how it feel to be told to kill yourself? Slayer let out a killer aura which made nearly everyone feel like they were suffocating. It was strong for few people to breathe, mainly all Class B. Izuku had his arm around Eri and Kota very close to his 𝗧𝗑𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 letting out his killer intent on accident and calmed down. Slayer. He turns around with his back toward them again. Sorry about that. I just hate when someone thinks someone's past wasn't that bad without going through it themselves. To wrap up, this simple quirkless life isn't fair. They are not treated as people, and because of that, the Izuku you just saw had a strong time keeping a job for only a few weeks max. The most he had was months before he was forced to be let go. He saw a poster for the underground and knew he had to risk it, and with his knowledge he had to risk it. And from there he became what you just saw. That's all I will tell you. Any other questions? No one dares to raise their hand. Slayer. Good, now moving on to the next verse. Time to cheat this a bit. Verse found. Slayer. Wait, hold on. I need to do something first. The audience looks at Slayer as he snaps his finger. Two more people pop into seats, and these people were Melissa and David Shield. David, what? Where am I? He looks around and sees most of Class A and different pros. He then sees All Might. Toshinori, is that you? All Might, David. Well, welcome to the theater. Melissa, theater. She looked around and saw everyone. Why are we here? How did we even get here? Is this someone quirk? Slayer, a wyo? He waved his hand. The two of them look over and see Slayer waving at them. To keep it simple, yes, it was my quirk. Instead of giving you the full rundown all over again like I did these guys, I'm gonna use another part of my quirk. Hold still. Melissa, wait. Before either one could get another word out, they were covered in a blue sphere swirling around them. Everyone else watches to see what is happening. After a few minutes, the sphere disappears around Melissa and her father. I am David, so Midoriya is the cornerstone of our world. And it seems the past 3 worlds haven't been kind to him. Melissa, I knew he was smart and everything, but I wasn't expecting all that. Slayer, impressed, I know. What are your thoughts on the first 3 verses everyone else has seen? David, well, for one, him as a teacher is impressed, and to be able to break down quirks so effortlessly speaks for itself. The other 2, it's strong to put into the world. He clearly knows the feeling of being quirkless, but to seek out something good in life, I have nothing but respect. Melissa, same. I'm now very interested in what other type of worlds we will see with Midoriya. That last one caught my attention all too well, him doing something that clearly put his body in harm's way and could easily get him killed, but doing it for his family makes my respect grow for him more. Plus, I want to see if he is interested in me in any of these worlds. Melissa had a blush on her face as she went over to sit next to May. Izuku had a blush on his face from the compliment he just got from the two of them. Slayer, well, that's them, but I need to grab 2 more people. Gran Torino, more. Who else do you want to invite? Mike, at this point you might want to invite all of UA to watch. Slayer, as tempting as that sound, I will not. For now. Let's keep it to the core of most important people. That has some involvement in Izuku life. Snapped fingers, 2 more appeared in front of Slayer. It was Nana and Night Eye. Nana, what? Where? She then looked and saw All Might and Gran Torino with their jaw wide open. All Might was trying his hardest to hold back the tears. Nana, All Might, and Gran Torino all went to each other. They hug and let out tears of joy. The years of emotion that have built up broke. No one said anything and let this happen. Night Eye was smiling before he was tackled into a hug. Midoriya, Mirio, Bubble Girl / /Centipeder, SIR. They also cry, hugging him, and both groups let out their emotion and let tears flow. After a few minutes of them, they were calming down. Night, but how? How we here? 1 minute I'm walking on clouds and then the next thing I know I'm here alive. My wound fully heal. He then looks over and Slayer. He scans him up and down. His grasp. Nana, wait. It was you who brought us here. Slayer, long time no see, thick mama and terrible fortune teller, how you two holding up? It's been a while since I last visited the two of you. Gran Torino, wait. Nana, you know this man. Mirio, sir, you know him too. Night, know him. He was the person I saw to help determine where I would go. Fat Gum, wait. What? Night Eye, the person who is standing in front of you is considered a demi-reaper. Help guide the souls into the afterlife. Milady, a demi-reaper. Like the Grim Reaper. But, aren't those guys Nana, as strong as it is to believe he is in fact a demi-reaper when someone times to go. They will cross paths with one of the many reapers in the afterlife. They make most of it look like child play. It would be foolish to try and fight them. Slayer, I mean you're not wrong, but I'm not that bad. Best Genist. So not only do you have godlike ability but you also guide people in the afterlife. Slayer, one of my many job titles I have. Funny enough, I was an overseer before I became a demi-reaper. Night I didn't know you had the power to bring people back. I have read a few things about your kind in the afterlife, but bringing those back to life isn't something many demi-reaper could do. Slayer, well, normally I can't after getting upgraded at my overseer status, and we are basically in a pocket dimension, so I can bend the rules. I can't put you back in the world of living, but as long as you are in my pocket dimension, anything goes. Most of the audience is just stunned at what they hear and see. AFO, is there anything else you want to show or tell us, because at this point we are at your mercy. Not only can you kill whoever you want, you have the power to bring them back over and over again, to rewrite a world and read our thoughts. What stops you from wiping us out now and taking over our world? Slayer, simple, I'm bored. Slayer, basically, I have nothing to gain or lose from killing you all. Even though there are a few of you I would like to erase, but that goes against most of the rules in place of the overseer. As powerful as you all can tell, I still follow most of the rules laid out for us overseers. I can bend them, but again I can't really get rid of you all without making another verse of the same one, aka carbon copy. So, none of you have to worry about me erasing you and taking you to the afterlife while you are here. For now, Nana and Night Eye enjoy the show and everything. Nana, question, what are we doing here? And why is AFO here? She pointed to AFO. AFO, he smiles, hello to you too, Nana Shimura. It is so nice to see you. How you have been. Have the afterlife treated you well? Nana growls at him. Slayer, cut it out, you two. 1, he is here because I want him here, and 2, the reason you are here is because, well, I'm just going to do this. Slayer pointed his hand at them and 2 blue spheres around them. A few minutes go by, and it disappears. Both of their jaws were open. Night-eye, he was not expecting any of that. Nana, it's good to know you chose a good successor, Toshinori. Slayer, now care for you two to take your seat for the next verse because I think a few people I know have been waiting for this one. He winks. The two went to take a seat. Night-eye sat near Bubble Girl and Centipeder, and Nana sat right next to Gran Torino. Now, we got everyone here at time dash. Slayer then vibrates a bit. He reached into his pocket and saw it was his phone. He looked at the caller ID. Why is she calling? Hang on you all. He turned around. Hello, no, I'm not there, I'm with the cast. Yeah, it was time. I told you all I was going to do it soon or later. Everyone else looks at each other with confused expressions waiting to see what is going on. Slayer, no, I did not eat them this morning. How is that my fault? My location. Babe, I'm sure that not alright ****, hang up, sorry about that everyone. Slayer rubs the back of his head. Midnight, is everything alright? Slayer, you all gonna want to keep your head low? Everyone raised an eyebrow at this and was confused. But they then heard gunshots and saw bullets flying toward Slayer. He cartwheeled out the way, but one more bullet was coming toward him. He twisted his body in midair to dodge the bullet. Everyone was confused and was trying to look for the attack. Slayer, you miss me. Did I? Another volley of bullets was coming toward Slayer. He put his palms onto the wood stage, and a little shadow-like blob creature with sharp teeth open in his mouth ate all the bullets before going back to the ground. Slayer, yes, you did. Be lucky I love you and there are others here so I can't kill you. Slayer, we can talk about this later. Now can come down. I'm sure you gave half the cast a heart attack. A tall, curvy woman with dark blue and pink two-tone hair and angled eyebrows. Wearing light boots, a dark, sleeveless dress, and a metallic utility belt float down next to Slayer. Hey babe. Hey. The audience looked to see who appeared, and many of the pros' jaws were open at the person who had just appeared. One person's lips were quivering. Hawk, Nagant? The lady turned to the crowd. The person who is fired at Slayer goes by the name Lady Nagant Akena Tsutsumi. Funny enough, this is confirmed to be her actual name at the time of writing this chapter on October Road. Nagant, Oh hey Hawks, haven't seen you in a while. Lady, wait, you mean the Lady Nagant? I heard she went missing months ago. But how? Rumor had it you were sent on a mission and went MIA. No one knew what happened to you, nobody was found and no one hasn't heard from you since. Nagant, that's because I've been with this guy. She points to Slayer, who smiles, waving. Midnight, wait, if I'm not mistaken I heard him call you babe. Are you two dating? Slayer, yep. Smiling. They then heard a high-pitched squeal and turned to see Mina and Toru, who had stars in their eyes. Toru, that's so cute. Mina, just look how short he is standing next to her. It's adorable, the short guy getting with the super cool tall muscular girl. The two were shaking with excitement. Nagant had a smug look on her face and leaned her shoulder on Slayer's head. Slayer's face got embarrassed. Slayer, I'm not that short, Nagant. It okay babe, I still love you for who you are. Nagant wrapped her arm around Slayer and brought him in close, where his face was hitting her bub. His face got red. Most of the guys were giving Slayer a look of jealousy and gritted their teeth. Ectoplasm. I'm impressed someone fell in love with someone all-powerful. Snipe. It was more impressive that someone was able to make him fall in love. Shinso. I'm more curious about just how that is possible. I thought he said couldn't really get involved with us. Slayer got out from Nagant's grasp. Slayer, who said I was this form? I can interact with you all in your world. Remember, I would have to play by your rules. But this isn't about how I grab one of the hottest females that we hear for someone else in your world. By the way, Nagant is Death Sensei with you. Nagant, yeah, give him a minute. A few seconds went by, and someone came crashing into the stage beside Nagant and Slayer. Death Sensei, Slayer. Hide, Nagant is on her way. I'm sorry I ate all the pancakes, 𝗍𝗲. The person looked and saw Slayer and Nagant staring at him. Oh, Slayer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, good going old man. Not only was I nearly killed by her, but at least I know why she was off this morning. 𝗧𝗏, in my defense, they were somewhat good pancakes. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, I'm killing him later. 𝗧𝗟, fine, but not in front of the cast. The last thing I need is BLD to be spilled up here. 𝗧𝗏, cast? The person wearing a dark cloak turned around and saw many people from the 𝗵𝗃 world in the seats in the theater. He then turns around and looks back at 𝗧𝗟. So it was that time, huh? 𝗧𝗟, yep. 𝗧𝗏, how many worlds have you shown them so far? 𝗧𝗟, 3. 𝗧𝗏, look at Bakugo, who stares at him. Have they found out yet? 𝗧𝗟, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, have you shown them any plus world? 𝗧𝗟, what? There are literally kids in here. I'm not that much of a heartless monster. 𝗃, what world have you shown them then? 𝗧𝗟 put them in the same blue sphere as the other prior. After it, the two of them blink at 𝗧𝗟. Who are you? And what have you done with my student? 𝗧𝗟, old man. 𝗧𝗏, I'm serious. You're telling me you show them a world where the green bean is a teacher, a vigilante, and a kick-ass fighter. But not one of those is him on the other side of the ball. He is still a hero and no salter on Mr. Boom Boom over there. He pointed to Bakugo. Bakugo, what? 𝗧𝗟, no, I haven't been waiting for the right moment to get one of those worlds. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, color me impressed. I thought the first world you would show would be somewhat dark. 𝗃, I thought he would start out with bashing first. 𝗧𝗟, I'm not that bad. And why would I think of doing one of those so soon? You never show one your best hands early on. Got to lean them into a false security. I've been giving them soft shots to soften them up before giving them a strong hitter. 𝗃, I thought you well, he smiled. Vlad King, can someone explain what the heck is going on here? 𝗃, oh, sorry about that. I should introduce myself. I'm this guy up here, sensei. He calls me Death Sensei, and I'm basically a full-out Grim Reaper. Everyone was just in shock again for the billionth time today. Minoma, 𝗧𝗏. Are you telling me people like you existed? And there are more than one of you? 𝗃, basically, yeah, and we can take on students if we want. Let's not get too distracted for now, since we are here to watch some chaos involving the little green boy over there. He pointed to Izuku. Dabi, at this point, I'm just going to stop questioning things. We have a Grim Reaper himself, an assassin, and a person who is basically God, and they're all cool with each other, and we learn that a hero is the vocal point of our world. I'm just going to go with the flow at this point. 𝗃, you get used to it. Trust me. 𝗧𝗟, hey, at least you get your favorite person from this world, Eraserhead. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 chuckled at this. 𝗃, glare, don't joke like that. You know I don't see eye to eye with that man. Aizawa's head perked up from that statement. Aizawa, you have a problem with me. I don't know what I did to piss you off. I don't think I really cheated death itself a whole lot. 𝗃, oh no, it has nothing to do with you getting put in a life or death situation. It is with what you have and haven't done when it comes to you being a DMN teacher/sensei. Aizawa, I don't see how my teaching method is a problem with you. 𝗃, a problem with me. A problem. Your teaching, if you want to call it that, is already mediocre at best, but in fact you call yourself a sensei and you are supposed to be the one who takes care of your students, which is something you have failed in me off. Mike, hey, lay off him. Aizawa has done an excellent job at teaching his class. He might not show it to kids, but he praises the heck out of you all behind closed doors. Mike was then wrapped up in a scarf to keep him shut. 𝗃, he does terrible at it, plus really he would have gotten this far if it wasn't for one of his students. Aizawa, what makes you so sure about that? 𝗃, what makes me so sure? Let me ask you something, what do you know of yourself called Problem Child Past and his history with Mr. Boom Boom over there? He point to Izuku and Bakugo. Aizawa. They both have some history together and came from the same middle school and have a somewhat rivalry going on. 𝗃, quiet then chuckled and then started full out laughing. Oh man, you really don't know anything about your students. Alright, let me ask you this. Do you think you have all your students' full trust? Do you believe no matter what happens or what is going on they can come to you for guidelines and advice? Do you think you have shaped your class into what you call plus ultra? A simple yes or no. Aizawa, he thought about it for a few seconds. I like to believe I do, so I will say yes. They're not perfect, but they're getting there. Death. He sighs and hops off the stage and takes a seat. You're a bigger fool than I thought. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 was about to open his mouth when 𝗧𝗱𝗧 clapped his head. Everyone turned their head to him up on stage. 𝗧𝗱𝗧, I think this next verse will help answer some of your questions about me and Death Sensei issues with the two certain people. By the way, old man, you can take off your hood. I think you can show your face. Death Sensei rolled his eyes. Death, fine. He pulled down his head. A few of the female prose heroes, holy 𝗧𝗍𝗍. 𝗧𝗱𝗧, I think about time about one of those worlds. Hey yo villains. The villains peek their heads up. I think you all will enjoy this verse a lot, he said with a smile. A few of the heroes got a shiver down their spine. Oh Sirby, before I forget. Snap his finger. Kota and 𝗬𝗍𝗄 were teleported somewhere before anyone could say anything. Calm down, I sent them to a playroom because let's just say this next verse is not for them. People begin to get a cold sweat down their neck. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, what type of world are we about to see if you don't want little kids here? 𝗧𝗱𝗧, one where it only takes one bad day. Everyone else got a terrible feeling about this. World, the one created from heroes. 𝗵𝗃, that doesn't sound so bad. 𝗵𝗃 had his head down, arms wrapped around his burned notebook close to his ear, and was walking down the street. He has been crying, tears dripping down the side of his face. He looks up, and on top of a building, we see his eyes red and lifeless. He has a bruise on his left cheek, and his school uniform is a bit burned from the shoulder. 𝗵𝗃, I'll take it back. This doesn't look good. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗑𝗏𝗄𝗏. Endeavor, the kid looks like he's been through hell. Nana, I'm getting a sinking feeling in my gut. 𝗵𝗃 puts down his backpack. He looks down at his burned notebook. He touches the burned edges. A few tears fall onto the notebook. I'm sorry 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 had to deal with such a waste of space as myself. Todoroki, wait, that notebook 𝗵𝗃, that one of the notebooks you always carry around with you? 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, you right, I seen him write in it every now and then. Shoji, but why is it burned? 𝗵𝗃, wait. It's that day. Izuku was about to get up and say something when 𝗧𝗱𝗧𝗏, 𝗵𝗃 no. Sit down and stay silent. I understand you want to defend him, but he has to learn what he did was wrong. What he has done is something that has gone unnoticed for far too long. Both of them need to learn what they nearly almost awoke if it wasn't for your heroic heart. So sit down and stay silent and watch what 10+ years has been building up to, because I promise you I will not let him get away with the 𝗧𝗍𝗍 he did to you. That I promise you. 𝗵𝗃 took a deep breath. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, Deku-kun? 𝗵𝗃, oh sorry 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, I'm okay, just some bad memory, that all. He smiles and rubs the back of his head. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, Deku. 𝗵𝗃 looks up at the sky and begins to laugh, with more tears coming down his face. But this wasn't a happy laugh. It was a cold, emotionless laugh. I'm such a collapsed failure. Mike, whisper, I don't like where this is going. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, yemi neither. 𝗵𝗃, his laugh, that is not a laugh I would like to hear. Shishida, it sounds so empty and hollow. Izuku opens his notebook to a clean page and starts to write. He ripped it out and placed it inside his backpack. I guess at time he takes off his bright red shoes, goes over the metal rail. He looks down and sees concrete below. Kirishima, wait. He wouldn't. He is not going to jump his heech. Mina, 𝗵𝗃, don't. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, please someone stop him. Kendo, there got to be a hero around. 𝗵𝗃 smiles and lets go of the railing. He had his back facing the ground. He looked up at the sky. Mom Izumi, I'm sorry. Izumi takes good care of Mom. I know you will be a great hero one day. You two were the only ones who care about me despite me being quirkless. I love you. 𝗵𝗃 closes his eyes and remembers his last two family members with a smile on their faces, laughing with him and everything. Inko, Izuku *sniff star. 𝗵𝗃. His arm dropped to his side. He actually jumped. Jiro, what the hell? Why? This isn't right. She was gripping her fist. Todoroki, it's that word again, quirkless. 𝗵𝗃, if you don't mind, what does quirkless have to do involving you? It can't be a coincidence. Izuku, he looks over to 𝗧𝗱𝗧𝗏, who is looking at him. Sigh, because I was misdiagnosed as quirkless at the age of. I'm a late bloomer. 𝗵𝗃, I just don't see what the whole big thing of being quirkless. I mean there are people as well, but what makes them so bad for the rest of us? Death, tell me you overgrown deformed lizard, have you ever done your research on quirkless? 𝗵𝗃, no. I just dash. Death, then just shut up and watch. You trying to give your opinion on a matter you know nothing about is annoying. If you are going to try to make such a bold statement, you better back up, because if you don't, someone who has proof and claim and experience will come put you in your place. You believe you had it rough because you look weird. You think because you have that quirk it has been a challenging road for you. Let me tell you something, child. You know nothing for those who are quirkless. The pain of getting picked on, getting thrown around like you're trash, ignored like you don't exist. You don't know the pain of not getting treated for your wounds, so if I was you, shut up and watch the rest of the verse before I just do it for you. Everyone was scared of Death Sensei now, and hearing the same thing from him, just like Slayer's last verse. A few of them thought to themselves they should be careful of what they said. Shiozaki, but a hero has to save him, right? Or he'll die. Pony, right? A hero will come and make things right. Shigaraki, and that where you're wrong, no one going to save him. Ida, you don't know that. 𝗲𝗲, no, he's right. Remember what the title of this world is called. The one created by heroes. And take into account what Slayer himself said before the start of this world. Night Eye, it's a world where Midoriya is a villain. Ida, but Midoriya. He wouldn't. Ida grips his fist. Dabi, you're naive to believe that anyone can't become a villain. How do you think villains are made? Villains aren't born --Shizuku, they are made. They get failed by society. Midoriya's eyes were covered by his hair. Everyone was silent. No one was expecting Midoriya, of all people, to say that. People were trying to say words to say, but it was caught in their throat. Someone sees Midoriya falling from the roof of the building. His raspy voice sounds like, "Grab him." Suddenly a purple portal opens below Midoriya, and he falls through it. He drops by 2 feet. Midoriya tries to look up, but all he sees are blurry figures. He then passes out. A hand with a finger held up grabs the notebook. He opens it and starts to read it. He grins the more he reads. He stops at a particular page and is full out smiling now. 𝗬𝗓, I think we just hit the gold mine. Let's head back to the bar, and bring him too. He'll be a great asset. All Might, all people to save young Midoriya. Dabi, didn't know you were the saving type handy. Shigaraki, shut it brunt, candlestick. But I am interested to see just how different things might have played out with him with us. 𝗲𝗲, smiling, All Might, how bad did you screw this one? If the last 3 worlds have anything to say about it, something tells me Tamura might have found your downfall. Tiger, you know Slayer, you've been very quiet since this verse started. By now you would have made a comment. He turns to see Slayer, who is just staring up at the screen. Slayer, I don't have much to say, not yet. I'm holding it in. Don't worry, I will snap, but when I do, let's just say no one is safe from me ranting on your stupidity. Mike, our stupidity? Slayer, yes, but for now just keep watching and see what you dodge a bullet on. Midoriya is lying on a couch and starts to wake. On my head, he put his hand to his head. He links a few times to adjust his eyesight. He looks around. Where am I? That is when Shigaraki comes into the room. Looks like you're awake, good. Midoriya stares at Shigaraki and asks, why did you save me? I remember jumping off. Shigaraki sat down on the stool. Well, let's just say you reminded me of me. No one came to save you when you needed it the most. I also saw your notebook and saw potential in you. Gang Orca. All people to save him, it was him. Death, you are all about to learn just how lucky you really are with Midoriya staying on the right path. Aways, he can't cause that much of a problem, can he? Slayer, just watch. Shigaraki opens the notebook, turns it to show Midoriya, and it's All Might signature crossed out in red, and the words pathetic and die are written on the sides. You seem to hate All Might, mind telling me why? Nana. Toshinori, what did you do? Aizawa, All Might. What did you do that caused Midoriya to dislike you? All Might, I don't know. He stops talking when he looks over to see Nana gripping her fist. Gran Torino tilted his head at her. Gran Torino, Nana. What? Nana. I know why Midoriya might dislike Toshinori, and right now I want to punch him so badly, right? All Might was a little scared of getting hit by his MSTR again. Death. Word advice: All Might, try to take your own advice to heart and remember what you said. Azui. I would say it feels weird to say Midoriya hating All Might, but we have to remember in 2 of the past 3 worlds it seems All Might clearly has done Midoriya-chan something that stuck with him. Todoroki. I hate to agree with you Tsu, but you're right. It has been hinted at so far. Zero. Come on guys, this is Midoriya we talking about. We seen the dude room, him hating All Might is impossible. Momo. Just how it would almost seem impossible Midoriya would fight in the underground, but given a reason to he would. Zero looks deflated. Slayer. Like I said before, all it takes is one bad day. Midoriya stares at him with wide eyes. He sits up from the couch. I'll tell you the reason why, and it started at school. Flashback. Listen little bro, you stay safe. We see a girl with the same green hair as Midoriya look like Midoriya if he was a girl. I got in sis. I don't want to hold you up. I don't want to get you in trouble. Midoriya looks over at his twin sister. I highly doubt they would want to meet 𝗵𝗃 since I'm so-called one of their golden tickets to put this school on the map, the female chuckled. Well, Izumi, you and Kaken are the top 2 students in the school. Please, don't compare that angry dog. The last thing I need is you shipping me with that guy. Izuku chuckled. Mitsuki, it seems in this world Inko you gave birth to twins. Inko, she smiles, that's nice, I always want to give Izuku a sibling. Death, I can think of 2 people who might want to put a baby in you that are currently in this room. Mina, man, if Midoriya had a sister we would most likely get along. Toru, the shipping trio. Nagant, whisper to Slayer, I think that the last thing we all would have wanted. Slayer, who knows, maybe they would get a few of their classmates together. Nagant, but don't all of them like Izuku? Slayer, oh to you right? Quit your laughing, get going. Izumi pushes Izuku. Please, let him through this day. Izuku went inside the classroom and went over to his desk. He saw some of the same phrases on the desk. Why are you still here? You were a mistake. Your family doesn't love you. I'm going to have to clean this up later. Izuku sat down at the desk. Uraraka, what the hell? Kirishima, that's not manly at all. He punches his fists together. Mina, Midoriya, did this also happen to you? Izuku, ****, yes, it was a regular thing, I just got used to it. Most of the people in the theater grasp. Todoroki, did no one stand up for you? Kirishima, wait. I remember Bakugo went to the same middle school together. I'm sure Bakugo stood up for him. Izuku, 𝗲𝗏. Slayer, oh, your so-called Bakugo help all right? Kirishima, I knew Slayer, help me at worsts. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your future and what you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some career aptitude test, but why bother? Throws papers up. Aizawa, that is not how a teacher should act. Death, you're one to talk, Mr. All I do is sleep for most of my class. So all I see is a hypocrite. Aizawa, Slayer, I wouldn't try it if I was you. Death Sensei is just waiting for a chance to lay into you. If I was you, hold your tongue and think of ways to try to defend yourself in a debate, but it won't matter. Mike, geez, I wonder why he hates you so much. Aizawa, you're right, and if that's how it sounds, most of it isn't good. I know you all want to go to the hero course. Students activate their quirks in class except for Bakugo and Izuku. Yes, you've got some very impressive quirks. But no power usage is allowed in school. Get a hold of yourself. Snipe, at least someone once stopped them. Hey, teach, don't lump in with these bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. Slouched on top of his desk Toga. Wow, I knew he was cocky, but I didn't think he was this bad. Slayer, you have no idea. Death, and somehow Yua does not think anything is wrong with his ego. Ectoplasm, we had a feeling his ego was huge, but it has gotten better. Death, is that because you're all doing? Or is that because of the one your students doing? Because I answer that question very easily, but I think I wait to let you all see the idiot you let in your school. Dabi, Why do I get the feeling we grabbed the wrong guy back at the summer camp? Death, that's because you did. Bakugo, you're talking a lot sh old man. How about dash, shadow then appear and wrap around Bakugo, slamming into the seat. Everyone turns to see Slayer hand his hand point towards Bakugo. Slayer, shut it too are not done. I don't want to hear a single word out of your disgust mouth for the next few scenes we are about to see. Because this day jog your memory real soon. The shadows let go of Bakugo, and he growls under his voice but looks back up at the screen. You think you're better than us, Katsuki. Let's go, I'll take you all on. The teacher then pulls out a sheet of paper and looks at Bakugo. Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA High. A few of the classmates begin whispering among themselves, talking about how low the rate is getting into that school. Slayer, might add that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stupid. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what? Slayer, I understand you want only to try to bring out those who will help hero society, but because what I mentioned earlier on how the test is utter and complete bias. You're just making less good heroes. What if someone's quirk can make them turn into paper? What about a quirk that allows them to bend wood or something? There are tons of great quirk that would work for heroism, but because your DMN test is biased as hell and the chances of them winning are extremely low, not impossible but nearly low as hell. Let's just say Shinso had to fight Todoroki in the sport festival instead of Midoriya. You not only get to see his quirk and given him the chance to make into class A or B, but you also shows that little rumor of if the students win the sport festival they can take a spot in one of the classes is just hot gas. Nizu, I see what you mean. Death, if you really wanted to boost the hell out of your school you should have different tests for different types of tests for different types. Quirk like Mr. Boom Boom over there can still do the basic exam you have fighting robots, but a quirk like Shinso can do a test that would rely on him using his quirk in that situation and more. And you can throw in some regular PT type thing in there for those with quirks like him. You get down to it, you guys have a sh ton of flaws. Most of the UA staff just put their head down before looking back at the screen. Bakugo said, that's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me. He jumps on top of his desk. I aced all of mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself, and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am, and it all starts with UA High. The next thing everyone heard was something exploring. Everyone looked over and saw Slayer with one of his hands ball into a fist and stream coming off it and a punching bag against a wall with it dent into the wall with cracks around it. He walks back over to Nagant, who wraps one of her arms around him. Better? Slayer, not it really. Stain, nothing but a fake. He should be lucky I did come across him. Death, no, I'll be honest I get the feeling some but pull would happen and he comes out beating you. Stain, tell me does he get better? Snipe, I like to believe so. I didn't know we would miss this. Death, asterisk sneeze. Asterisk midnight. Are you okay? Oh yeah, sorry I'm just allergic to bullshit. Mitsuki, I knew my son's attitude was bad but this is so much did I fail Masaru. No it also my fault. I should have seen the sign death. I'm going to stop you right there because it is not over yet and I'm going to need your help to hold back someone. They both gave a worrisome and confused look at Death Sensei but nodded their heads. Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA too? Said the teacher, smiling. Before Izuku could get a word out, the class began laughing and making jokes about him. His sister might get in but him please. The laughing and degradement continue for a bit longer. Mina, what the hell? Is the teacher just gonna let this happen? Shoji, thesis just wrong. Toga, anyone down on hurting some trash? Dabi, for once I have to agree. Twice, bring it on / I take them all on. Death, you all are going to love what happens later on. Momo, how much worse does it get? Slayer, worst? Everyone jumps a bit from Slayer's little outburst. I don't know unless I try. So maybe I could be the first quirkless hero. Aizawa, if he was quirkless, he could have made it but not through the UA entrance exam. A few of them had a shocked look on their face from Aizawa words, and someone was about to speak up when he continued, but if he found a way to win through the sports festival or other ways. A few of the students' faces lit up, and Shinso smiled. Death, and let me burst your little bubble right there. Alright, since we already call out just how stupid your exam is to get in. Your little motto that anyone can be a hero is currently with the exam already. But let's bring up the main way, or the way most quirkless would have to do to get in. The sport festival, let not forget who they're going against, unless you all allow runner-up or random placement get in. The chance of a quirkless student getting in are at least down to 𝗧𝗋, but let forget they're going against student who at that point has some training under their belt, so that already put them on a higher playing field. Then let not forget they wouldn't have gear unless they were under the support department. But most quirkless who most likely join the general ed class, meaning they don't have access to gear they could bring and have to race against students who have quirks like Engine Boy in your class. Oh, and let not forget who some of the fighters they would go against. Someone who can run incredibly fast, someone who can split their body into different pieces, a guy who can literally make explosion from the palm of his hand, someone with vines, a girl who can erase someone gravity, let not forget someone who can literally use his shadow to fight, and the top of the list a kid with fire and ice. So tell me how the F. A quirkless guy can win without a lot of teaching or training under his belt, because he doesn't have the means prior to getting into UA to do it. Aizawa. He would dash death, and don't dare say he would have to outsmart his opponent. The only exception to that is the green bundle of joy himself, or in your case the problem child, since he would be the only one who has the brain to try and find weakness in the person's quirk. But let's say someone who doesn't have that mindset or skill set, because that is a dime and a dozen. What can they do against those students? The pros? Death. Exactly nothing. It is possible only because I have seen it done by other overseers with their world, but they had to pull a lot of strings and change a lot of things for that to be possible. And then you said another method, which I would like to add would have to come after the sport festival, meaning if they didn't make it past one of the first 2 rounds or got put up against a matchup they might win. Them getting help afterwards is still slim, for the simple fact how much your society loves its little hierarchy of quirks. So please explain to me how the hell you, a quirkless student, can get in through other means, because your F-up system. It was dead silent. No one could think of anything at first, and many thought he was right. Then 𝗧𝗱 spoke up. 𝗧𝗱, we not saying it not impossible, we seen different 𝗵𝗃 do it through the school festival, but for what we seen a quirkless person to get in hero course, they basically would have become a vigilante, build a record up, get caught, and 𝗍𝗍 would have to offer them a spot in the course, so basically a illegal way to get in. We should get back to verse because we are nowhere near done. Deku. Bakugo yelled while blowing up 𝗧𝗍𝗃 desk with an explosion. Listen up, Deku. Your sister has some skill, but she isn't better than me. And you're even worse than the rest of these rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'll let someone like you in when they could have someone like me? Tamaki, I'm starting to question how he even got in. Toga, and you call yourself heroes. You make us look more human than this by letting him get in. Dabi, I'm starting to really hate getting this guy. Death, oh, chuckled slightly, it gets much worse. Mitsuki, 𝗧𝗃𝗃, what did you do? Bakugo didn't say anything and looked away. Cat dash death. Miss Bakugo, please, you will find out and I will say what happened to your son. I'm not stopping until I feel like it. And no, W8. You got it all wrong. I'm not trying to compete against you. You gotta believe me. It's just that I've wanted to be a hero since I was little, like 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗍. I know I don't have a quirk, but I can still try with you and 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗍, can't I, Mr. Compass? I can see why he would become a villain here. This kid's life is just terrible. Again, tell me why we didn't go for him. Shigaraki, because I didn't know any of this ◧ he said, scratching his neck. Monoma, I'll admit I would like to believe that green hair kid couldn't be a villain, but just seeing this much I can see why he would be one. Death, it gets worse, he smiled. Kendo, how? Death, just keep watching. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. The entire class looks like demons, you'd die in the exams. Defenseless Izuku. This school is already crappy. You really want to embarrass it more by falling so strong. Students laughed more. Uraraka, YWTYWOY. What did he do to you? For him to deserve any of this? Kirishima, bro, what the hell, man? Mina, Monoma, he has no right to be a hero. And this just proves how much a scum he is. Tell me, Mr. O, great hero. What did he do? Did he fight back on something? Did he take your toy or something? Took a girl from you? Was being an attention seeker? Kendo, 𝗵𝗃 that enough 𝗧𝗵𝗃, and this has gone a little too far. It is clear as day there is something wrong with him. I might dislike A, but he clearly has done something unforgettable. We all saw that vigilante world. Meaning there clearly something more going on here. And this world prove it. We all saw how 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗍𝗔. The guy wouldn't hurt a fly, somewhat. So for him to get this type of treatment, I have to know. For God's sake, look at the kid. They all turn and look at Izuku, and his eyes seem numb like it was something he was used to. So, tell us what did he do? Slayer, he helped him, 𝗧𝗪𝗧. Slayer, you heard Mayhei helped him as a child after he fell, and because of it he was beaten up. Because of it, everyone was silent. Before they heard laughing. They turned to see Dabi laughing. Dabi, holy SHT, please tell me joking? Stain, I really hope that it's a joke because it's a really bad one. Slayer, does it look like I've been joking since I started this verse? The villain stopped laughing and looked at Slayer's face, who was dead serious. Mr. Compass, that has to be one of the dumbest reasons I have ever heard. Stain, and he got into you? Death, yep. Stain, how? Nizu, it wasn't on his record, it was a clean slate. Slayer, we get that later. For now, we still have more and it gets worse. Jiro, I'm seriously really hating where this is about to go. Nagant, you will trust me, I'm gonna have to do everything in my power to hold Slayer back. Tsu, why? Bringing her finger up to her chin. Nagant, you will see. The school day ended, and everyone was packing up and getting their stuff together. Some students were already leaving and talking about what they were going to do after school. Izuku was thinking while packing, I wonder how Izumi day went. She should have an after-school meeting today. I guess I should head home by myself. I don't want her to get looked at because of me. Sigh, I really wish Sis was given a better brother. Dabi, I have to respect the kid willingly avoiding his family just so she doesn't get targeted. Fuyumi, he cares for his twin sister a lot. Sue, Midoriya-chan, I'm sure she wouldn't mind you waiting for her, she seems cool about it. Izuku, thank. Because. Just then, Bakugo walked up and took Izuku's journal. Toga, and then there's this but. Why can't you leave Izuku alone? Bakugo, Teach, I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done here. What you got? Is dairy. Don't tell me you're taking notes * shows journal * on how to be a hero. That's so pathetic. They begin to laugh. 𝗵𝗃, I'm very close to just socking him in the face. Toga, can I please stab him once? I wouldn't even drink his BLD, I just need him to bleed. Nijire, I never wanted to hurt one of my kohai before, but I'm getting pretty close. Night, I didn't know it was this bad, it was too harsh on him. Izuku Midoriya, I'm sorry I was wrong about you. You had to go through so much hardship and to still come out as a hero. You're a better man than I thought, but if this world of you becomes a villain, just how bad does things become? He then looks over and sees both All Might and Nana both streaming and letting OFA search. All Might, young Bakugo, I expected better from you. For you to do this to a future classmate no less. Bakugo felt a little hurt from that but didn't show it, but he flinched a little. Midnight, we should have realized something wasn't right. She gripped his fist. Death, oh you all big time keep watching. Watch the consequence of your action on what could have happened and what kind of villain you let in your school and did nothing to fix it. He's delusional. The two other bullies laughed at each other's jokes. Izuku stood up. Yeah, real funny guys, just give it back. Bakugo then blew the journal up with a minor explosion. Aya, that's so mean. Bakugo threw the book out the window. Tokoyami, so that's how it became like that. It was burned by Bakugo himself. Shishida, I hate to say this, but he has shown no qualification to be a hero. To not only belittle a classmate but to destroy one of his belongings. What makes him a hero? Best Jeanist, I should have tried harder to fix this. I saw signs with him and his superiority complex. I should have done more. Death, trust us when we say there are those who blame this as Midoriya faults. They heard something like crashing and looked over at Uraraka. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, excuse me. Death. Yeah, we're Slayer from. People blame this on Izuku and he had it coming, and for his qualification of a hero I can't speak for Slayer, but we do know some people who will say he is a hero and everything. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, are these people okay? Because I have yet to see it. All I see is a villain. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, trust us, we seen them. Slayer has come face to face with one. Slayer, let us continue because we haven't even gotten to the worst of it. Most of the students, it gets worse. Present mic. Whisper over to midnight, something tells me we screw up big time. Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they're destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm that good. Why you see can't leave out Izumi, she's just as good as you. You both scored very high on the mock exam. Bakugo glared at Izuku, making him shiver a bit. Dabi, please tell me, someone knocks him down a peg? I heard about hyping yourself up, but this is just ridiculous. Slayer. Somewhat but not really. Dabi, if I was close to the wall I would bang head on it over and over again. Death, you're not the only one, trust me. Bakugo put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, burning it with his explosive hands. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying or else. Everyone then hears another loud noise and sees 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃 trying to charge at Bakugo but is held by 𝗵𝗃𝗏. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, let me at him. We saw the same scar in the other world. Deku-kun just rubs his shoulder, meaning it's still there. You sick bastard. Ida, 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, calm down. We can't hurt a fellow classmate much, I might want to as well. He gripped his fist. He should have seen the signs sooner, the way Izuku always acts when we change, how sometimes something like it rubs on his body at different points. As much anger he has right now, he can't let it consume him as it did for Stain. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, still trying to get out of Negan's grip. Is he? We all just saw what he did to Deku-kun in the past. What reason should we see him as anything less than a villain? 𝗵𝗃𝗏, I understand, trust me, but right now isn't a good time to attack him yet. Slayer has been doing everything in his power not to hurt the kid himself. She let 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃 go after she calmed down. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃 looks at Slayer, tapping his finger on the armrest but with a pissed-off look on his face. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, tell 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 it get worse. Slayer nods his head. She fell back into her chair. Deku-kun, didn't you tell us? Izuku. 3. Slayer, it is not his fault. He grew up with not much support around him other than his mom. The world kept telling him how very little his life is. He himself is like that below everyone. If he dies throwing his life into the fire, he sees no problem with that because of all the trauma. He didn't want any of you to worry about a quirkless reject, a waste of space in this world. The Deku squad all felt angry inside them. They felt mad at themselves. They felt like they had let down a friend. They felt like they failed to let Midoriya feel this way. They were supposed to be there for each other. For him. He is the reason where they are now. How couldn't they see what was wrong, why he had no regard for his own life? Why he could never take a compliment, why he acts the way he does? It's because of his past. Slayer, let's continue because we are getting close to the reason why I said it gets worse. That's just sad. I thought you at least had some fight in you. He finally gets it. Phil. Never be a hero. Better to find out now instead of later, I guess. Bakugo turned before he left the room. You know, if you really want to be a hero so badly, there actually might be another way. Kirishima. Oh, finally bro, you do something to help Mito bro, I knew you had some dash. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Then take a swan dive off the roof of the building. This causes Izuku to grunt. Everyone, Mitsuki, did you really say that to Izuku, Katsuki? Please tell me you didn't. She was trying her hardest to hold back the tears from flowing. Bakugo looks away and slowly nods his head. Mitsuki begins to cry star. The next thing anyone saw was Bakugo's lower body being encased in ice. Bakugo tried to get out, but he was given a quick punch to the face. They all saw it was from Todoroki. Kirishima was attempting to hold Todoroki back some. Todoroki, What would you have done if he actually did it? What would you have done? Bakugo, 𝗃 didn't do it, okay? Todoroki, you said you want my full power, right? You have no right to even be knowledge. Before anyone could stop Todoroki from continuing, someone zips past him and just sock Bakugo right in the face again. Everyone looked and saw it was 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗲 this time. She was breathing pretty heavily. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗲, I should have guessed something was up. I should have seen it. The way you acted, the way you talked to him. The way you threatened him. What did he ever do to you? He didn't do it. What those that have anything to do with it? Deku-kun risk his life for you. And you have done nothing but split in face. Treat him like trash. You have no right to call yourself a hero. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗲 was heavily for yelling so much at him. Melissa, why you don't know the pain of what it is like, how could you ever? Melissa was inching close to crying but pulled herself together. You didn't care for those who weren't up to your standard. She said with a cold tone. Momo, we risked our life to save you from the villains and you did all of that. Tell me, Katsuki, did you even apologize? Bakugo looks away. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗲's arms drop. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗲, you didn't even apologize for all the hell you put him through. Begins to laugh. You wouldn't care if he jumped. In fact, you would haven't given two F's. She pointed the finger at him. Mina, you probably don't know what it's like to be bullied. People like me, with mutant quirks, get bullied too. Starts to cry. And words that shoji, they hurt more. They may not mean anything to you, they mean a lot to us. Words stay with us and they can last forever. Do you think I wear a mask for fun? Momo, it's because of you, because of you he flinches at every loud noise, or every time you yell. The reason why he stutters so much. How could you do that? Sobs to him. She buried her face in her hands. Shinso, a guy like you shouldn't become a hero, he said with anger in his voice. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. I'm such a scumbag. I said those mean things to him not knowing anything about him. Midoriya, I'm sorry. He tightens his fist, and tears begin to come down his face. All Might, I'm disappointed in you, young Bakugo. I thought you were a hero in the making. But I guess I was wrong. Bakugo, All Might, until I feel like you change it will be Mr. Yagi for you. Bakugo looks down in shame and grips his fist. Mitsuki was crying as well as a few of the other students. A few of them were trying their best not just to attack Bakugo right now. The pros all fault like CRP for not realizing this and letting it happen. The UA staff, deep down they screw up. Toga, I was ridiculed for my quirk being villainous, but I also see your NO better than any of us you label as villain. Toga gave him a side glance before continuing speaking. Tell us, would you have saved Izuku if we took him instead or would just not give a demand? She threw a knife at him. He was about to dodge, but Slayer was in front of him, holding the knife by the hilt. Stain, I knew you were a fake, but no, you're not just a fake, you're nothing more than a villain that need to purge from this world. FO, do you see the world you wanted to protect, brother? The pain they did to one of your descendants. Is this what you were hoping for? The world you and your successor wanted. Your successor helped build this. The world I want to destroy, a world where you would be considered an equal Inko. Looking forward, voice cold and distant, how long? How long have you hurt my son, Katsuki? I remember you and Izuku would smile so bright, and be inseparable. I can't tell if you're guilty about now. Is it because you were caught and it came to light? Or if you're actually guilty about doing what you did and say? I can't tell, and to be honest, I don't even want your pity, sorry. Bakugo felt that he didn't want to admit it in his gut, but hearing Auntie Inko say all of that hurt, he was doing his best to hold it together. She then turned and looked at him. So, tell me how long? Bakugo, since I found out he was quirkless? Inko, I see. Inko said nothing else and turned and faced the screen again. Slayer walked past Bakugo with his head still down. He dropped the knife by his foot, and as he walked by him, he finally said something. Slayer, Katsuki. Bakugo turns and looks at him. Do you know why I hate you? Why I have no ounce of respect for a character for you? Why I would want nothing more but to see you fall and crash and burn more than anything else? Your drive to be a DMN hero is only second to Izuku, But what I hate is how nearly invisible you have been since I started watching this world. You said you have the perfect backstory of a hero. You lost that title the moment you scar Izuku. You said you will be the next All Might. You never will be All Might. You don't bring hope to anyone. Hell, if I was a civilian, I don't even feel safe around you if I was someone you need rescuing. You belittle others because you can and have the skill and power to outshine many. You don't deserve that 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 quirk of yours. Who gave you the right to consider the best? Who gave you the right to believe that your action was good? Who gave you the right to say you are a hero? For 10 years. You acted nothing more than a bully. A disgusted filth that should be locked up for years. You have done nothing heroic. You bring nothing to the class but an attitude that is really toxic. You want to be the main pillar in this world. After all the 𝗧𝗃 you did, what makes you think you should consider yourself the main pillar? Tell me where in your actions should you ever be considered a pillar. Tell me. Bakugo stays quiet and doesn't say anything, and grips his fist. Deep down, he wants to say something. He looks deep inside himself to think of a defense, but after everyone attacks him, he couldn't find one good case where he was a hero. Deku was more a hero than anything, hasn't done anything heroic. Slayer, oh that right you can't. You don't know the first thing about heroism. You taunt that power around because you can and you get away with your action. You never have had to face consequence for your actions. Because this 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃 society value quirk above all. All your life you have been praised and more. And you let it cloud your pathetic excuse of you being a hero. Let me tell you again, you were never a hero. Bakugo collapsed to his knees, and he put his hands to the ground. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He tried to yell, but he couldn't. He wanted to prove he was wrong about him, but he couldn't. He wanted someone, anyone, to come to his defense, but no one did. Slayer, but what me off the most with you? For all the 𝗧𝗃 you did. For all the scars, trauma, and pain you caused Izuku, no matter what I said, no matter what I want to do to you, no matter how much I want you to suffer. There are those who see you as good. There are those who see you a 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 God to walk this dim earth. There are those who will defend all your actions. There are those who consider you one of the great. There are those who put you above other better people in other worlds. There are those who didn't see you are not in the wrong, but in the rights. There are those who see what you did was nothing more but out of love. And it me off. He turns to face him, walks up, and squats down to get to his level. Tell me, Bakugo, that night after the exam where you failed the license exam, tell me, did you even consider asking Izuku how he felt from All Might retirement? Did you even consider how Izuku felt after everything, knowing what he knows? Did you even consider saying sorry to your first friend? Did you consider any of that? Bakugo just shook his head slowly. *sigh*, that's what I thought. You just threw a beach fit like always do. To get your way and took your little pity frustration out on Izuku, your punching bag. Instead of talking, you did what you do best to take your anger out on Izuku. He stood up and began to walk away. Katsuki Baku, as much as I want the demon school to expel you, as much I wish Izuku would stop considering you a friend, as much I wish you to suffer once you go back, I know none that will and can't happen. Nana, what makes you so sure? Slayer, well, for the simple fact one, if they expel him he could do fully turn into a full-out villain and you could really put him behind bars, but with how FUA is and the media it would do no good to expel him and let villain grab him, even though I think the LOV wouldn't want him after this, they couldn't and wouldn't work with him. But, if they keep him it damages their point anyway because the villain can just do some digging now and look up his past and Izuku and use that to damage hero society even more. And for the fact Bakugo has too many fans for him to basically make him untouchable. God, how did the other watchers get back at him without F up the timeline too much? Really should thought of this better, oh well. And besides, I have no say in this really. The one who should have the last say is the man he torments for the last 10 years, Izuku Midoriya. Everyone turns their attention to Izuku, who hasn't said anything up to this point since starting this verse. He looked at all of them and sighed as he stood up and walked up to Slayer. Izuku, I guess you're right, I know what he did was wrong. Nothing can change what happened in the past. He's changed since then. Nagant, how? Everyone turns their attention to Nagant, Little Green the 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀 still insults you. He hasn't done anything for your benefits. Everything he has done up to this point has been in his benefit. He torments for 10 years. He hasn't even tried to make amend for that. For any of it. For God's sake Izuku, he didn't even apologize for telling you to kill yourself. How can you stand there and defend him? Izuku, well, it's because we're the same in a way. Just like how I wasn't seen because of my lack of quick. Katsuki was only seen for his quirk. People only praised his quirk and not him. When he told me that I knew he didn't mean it, or times he bullied me. This is not an excuse for what he did and I'm not asking you to forgive him. Izuku then walk over to his mom Inko and kneel in front of her. Mom, please stop crying. I don't like to see you cry. I know you blame yourself for me not having a quirk because you're an earlier generation. I also know Hisashi left us because he didn't want a quirkless son and not because of work. I'm okay with that because I always had you. I'm here because of you. Don't go thinking you are a bad mom because you didn't realize what was happening. It is my fault for not telling you. He smiled at her. Inko, Izu, she nods and pulls him into a hug star. All Might, young Midoriya, I'm happy I chose you as my successor. Nana, I guess one was right, he was the perfect vessel for One for All. You're a lot stronger than most ninth. Slayer walked over and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. He looked at Slayer. Slayer, you're a strong kid Midoriya, Izuku smiled. But listen well to me Izuku, I understand you think some of it is your fault for Bakugo action somewhat, but that is entirely false. Everything he did was entirely his fault and no one forced him to do what he did it willingly, making him in the wrong. But, knowing you, no matter what I said I can't change your mind. He turned and looked at the UA staff and Bakugo. Alright, here's the deal. The SHT bag is going to have to go to mandatory anger management classes. He will also go to Hound Dog for some much needed therapy. He will also do community services for at least a year's worth of it. And he will also get dropped to the Gen Ed class if his bum pass doesn't show any sign of improvement. Then you idiots can expel him. Am I clear? The staff nodded their heads. He looked at Bakugo. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Katsuki? Bakugo. He got up from the floor. Yes, Izuku. Are you sure you have to go this far? Slayer, I am being very lenient with him. I really want his butt behind jail or dead for that matter, but I still have to follow by his rule, so unless a certain world does something to him, I can't him up too much, or I'm causing so much more multiverses I do not need on my plate. Already got a lot as there is. How the hell did Handley do it? How did Giovanni do it? God this strong to deliver punishment in a non-world sense. Death. Well, with all that seer done we can get back to the verse. Slayer, oh dear God, I nearly forgot about the verse. How does All Might relate to this? Shigaraki asked. I'm getting there. On my way home, I was attacked by a sludge villain and who saved me was All Might. After he did, I asked him a simple question. All Might, all the color in his face disappears. Oh no, Death, you finally remember. Aizawa, All Might, what did you do? Nana, he forgot his roots? A few of the pros looked at each other and were confused. A few shrugged their shoulders. Flashback, can I ask you a quick question? Midoriya asks All Might. It has to be quick, my boy. Can I be a hero even though I'm quirkless? All Might looks at him and says, without a quirk I don't think so. Being a hero is dangerous even for those who have strong quirks. It's best for you to become a police officer or a doctor. It's good to dream, but at least make them realistic. With that, All Might jump off, leaving a comprehensive Midoriya on a rooftop. The next thing everyone heard was chairs moving. They looked over and saw Mandalay gripping All Might by the shirt and lifting him. Mandalay, what the hell is wrong with you? How could you say that? Did you magical forget half of the heroes you work with fight quirkless? And you're the 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀 hero. Your words matter to a kid. What you say matter, or did you just not give a 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀? Tell me, is Ragdoll useless now? Since her quirk was stolen, what does that make her? Is she no longer a hero in your eye? Tell me. Nana walked over to Mandalay. She put her hand on her shoulder to calm her down and ask her to let go of All Might. Nana, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, I'm disappointed in you. Knowing your past, you should realize what you said. Knowing yourself was once quirkless. The students, All Might was quirkless. Slayer, well, cat somewhat out the bag. Alright, listen up, because I'm not about to give you all the full rundown just yet. But, do basically give you a cliff note version. All Might and Nana quirk is something called OFA. It can be passed down from a person only if the previous holder allows it. And the current user cannot have it taken by force unless willingly give it up. Something many betrayal/framed Izuku story love to forget. With each person getting past 2, it gets stronger. Nana over there is the th holder of the quirk. All Might is the th user is in this room. To give you all a hint who the th user is, let me show you what they can do when they power up. Slayer took a deep breath. A red X appeared across his face, and black lighting began to flow around his body. He active OFA/full cowl in full effect, letting out a burst of wind in the crowd whose jaw was drop. This is one for all. If it was given to me, I would be the th user, making it far stronger to the point I could level most likely an island with just %. Nagant, we are so trying that in bed. Slayer, why did I just get a sense of I'm not sleeping tonight? Nijire, wait. We've seen that form before. The only person who does that is Yaoyorozu. Midoriya has OFA. It was dead silent throughout the theater, then it erupted with cheer. I knew he was awesome, but to be chosen by the former hashtag. Tokoyami, he really does make the perfect person, the brightest light shine in the darkest places. All the girls, he just keeps getting better. Uraraka, I don't know what to say. Slayer, there is not much to really say. He powered down. Izuku is the current holder of OFA, and because of him saving Mr. Explosive Pineapple over there, All Might saw just how heroic Izuku is, made All Might change his mind and passed the torch on to him. And I will say he saved 𝗳𝗲𝗍𝗃𝗃. Sir Night Eye looks at Slayer. I understand you somewhat change your mind before your death, and even though you did do some more damage to Izuku's psyche, a bit, making him still second-guess himself here and there. Just like the world we are watching now, I have seen worlds where All Might makes the wrong decision and doesn't give it to Izuku and goes with your idea and gives it to Mirio, and I can tell you without giving away too much, you would have doomed many lives because of your choice. Night Eye looks down and looks over to Midoriya. Izuku, Midoriya, I would like to formally apologize to you for all the pain and grief I caused you. I was blind at the time because of my quirk, and you have continued to prove me wrong every step of the way. I know it doesn't mean much, but from the bottom of my heart, I am truly sorry. He stood up and bowed. Bubble Girls and Centipeder eyes nearly pop out their socket when Night Eye bow. Izuku, it okay, Sir Slayer. Little Green, shut up and take the apology. Izuku zips it and nods his head. Mirko, when I woke up today not expecting the amount of bombs shells that got dropped today. Neither. Death, I wouldn't give All Might too much SHT. Yes, he screwed up big time, but at least he apologizes and tries to make amends for what he said on that roof. It is just in this verse you all are seeing is one of the many things that could happen if All Might doesn't apologize and stick with that mindset. Slayer, we talk more about All Might and you all later. Let continue the show for now. After that I try to save Bakugo from the same sludge villain, but I end up getting saved by All Might and my sister. While Bakugo and my sis got praise for their bravery, I got scolded for my recklessness, and later I saw All Might talking to my sister, wanted to give her his quirk. Nana, can I do something first? Slayer, I'm sure. Nana walked over to 𝗳𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Kamui Woods and hit all 3 of them over the head. Nana, you 3 idiots. Why would praise the DMN one who started the fire? If I remember correctly, you 3 were doing nothing heroic but making excuses. You did have the nerve to get mad at the kid who actually went out his way to save the person who has done nothing but torment him, and yet he was in the wrong. 𝗳𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲-Nana, zip it? The only ones who I give a somewhat pass to are Woods and Backdraft, for the fact the fire would cause him a problem, but you could have still gone from above and pulled the DMN kid out. Backdraft was dealing with the people, and the fire the kid over there freaking made for being reckless. But he could still aim for the eye. No quirk is invincible, and you 3 were so close at letting a child die. I wonder how you would explain that to his parents. The three heroes look down in shame. Slayer, it would have made things a lot better. Nagant, babe, not the time. Slayer, fine. Rolls his eyes. Shigaraki smiles. How about we make a deal? The deal? You join us and help us with your skill and knowledge. You can get back at all those who wrong you. We would take care of you and give you power and more. So what do you say? Shigaraki reached out his hand. Izuku looked at it. He first thought about his mother and sister and how this would affect them, but he did realize, why does it matter? They have been getting outcasts their entire life for his existence. If this 𝗵𝗵𝗃 world wants nothing to do with him, then he makes this world no pain. If he didn't change it to make things how they are supposed to be, it would be up to his sister to stop him. He smiled that if she could. Gladly. They shook hands with Shigaraki pinky up. Shoji, so how screwed are we in this world? Slayer, well, from a scale of 1 to 10 you guys are royal screw. Zero, I know Midoriya is strong, but him as a villain against us, just how bad can it get? Bakugo, Deku notebook has every quirk, their strength, their weakness, and how to make them better and how to cripple them to break a person. Zero, oh, we see Midoriya is in some room 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 away at some punching bag. He then drops down and does a few push-ups. Once he gets up and begins doing kicks, he catches his breath and goes over to his water and drinks from it. The camera zooms out and sees him shirtless, and he has gained some muscles and abs. All the girls, nose bleeds, he hot. Setsuna, F green, even as a villain he hot as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲. Izuku was streaming from hearing that. Midoriya left and took a shower. Once he came out, Shigaraki sitting reading something, he put the paper down and looked at Izuku. Oh good, you're done with your training. Sensei wants to talk to you. Midoriya raised an eyebrow but didn't question it and went to Kurogyari, who opened a portal to AFO. When Izuku stood in front of AFO, he was smiling. It's good to see you, young Midoriya. AFO, oh how the table has turned. All Might, your golden child has come join the right side. All Might, something I will never let happen. You got a lucky break. He growled at him. AFO, you call it luck, but clearly it just like Slayer. Said all it takes is one bad day. You wanted to see me, sensei? Yes, Shigaraki has let me know you've gotten far into your training. Yeah, it's not much, but I can't let you all carry the load for me. I have to do my fair share. AFO smiled. Well, my boy, I have something to give you, something that fool All Might could have given you, a quirk. Midoriya's eye shot up and was surprised. You've given me a quirk. All Might, young Midoriya, don't take it. He is only using you. Yes, even though someone with your skill set doesn't need it, I think it would be a reward for you. Your skill as a quirkless has shown me just how much of a fool the heroes really are. I want to give you a quirk to let you show the world this is what you creates. Midoriya had wide eyes. I don't know what to say. There is not much to say, my boy. You and Tamura shall lead this world into a better one. He has his arms open. AFO was smiling, watching what he was doing. He is enjoying this more and more. Instead of having to kill one of his brother's descendants, have him help you destroy the society he so desperately wanted to protect. The question for him, what quirk would he give him? Would it be just one? Or would it be multiple quirks? So what do you say? AFO had his hand reach out. Midoriya smiled. All he wanted to prove is validation. It would be better for him not to take it to send a message that the quirkless are strong too, but if this society loves the factor of quirks, then it will be quirks to bring an end to this current society. I will gladly do it, sensei. He smiled and AFO smiled back. Good, and I think I have the perfect quirk for you to make heroes learn just how slow this society was to save you. He put his hand on Izuku's head. Ojiro, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Sato, you and me both. It was time for the USJ. Izuku gears up with knives on him. He met up with Shigaraki and Kurogyari at the main point of the bar. He nodded his head as he was ready with the 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 beside the two. As Kurogyari opens the portal, Shigaraki turns his head to Izuku. Remember, your first job is to get more information on the hero student. Already way ahead of you. I already have some basic information on them from me stealing their file for this, but I wouldn't mind seeing them in action. They head into the portal. Sue, I wonder how different things will play out for us. Ribbit. Toru, why do you say that? Well, for the fact me and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 only got away because Midoriya-chan was the one who came up with the plan to escape. Mina, you did mention that. Izuku, well, how this verse has said many times I have a sister here, so it only makes sense she most likely took my spot in the class. It just I wonder what her quirk. Question Mr. Slayer. Slayer, please just Slayer, I'm not that old. How different would things play out if Midoriya wasn't there and he didn't have his sister? Slayer, well, I want to talk about later, but I will say the 𝗧𝗍𝗃 goes far worse. Kaminari, how bad are we talking? Slayer, some of you die. The tone of his voice was cold, and his eyes looked soulless, and it all got a scene of dread. A few of them think just how bad things would have gone if Midoriya wasn't there. Hello, heroes. It seems All Might isn't here. How are we going to kill the symbol of peace if he isn't here? Izuku is wearing a hood and looks up the stairs, and he makes eye contact with Bakugo and Izumi. It seems I was right, he smiled. Well, green at time get this level started. Kurogyri, you know what to do. Eraserhead charges in and fights the villains. Kurogyri goes and separates the students. Deku watches the students in action fighting the thugs and doing pretty well. While they're fighting, he writes things he sees down in his notes. He would let Kurogyri know he was ready to move to the next zone. Once he got to the shipwreck zone and saw his sister Izumi throw a decent-sized green fireball ball down to the center of the water to evaporate it, he smiled at this. He walked back into a portal to the center and met up with Shigaraki. So you get information? Izuku was smiling through his mask. Yep, I'm guessing it's my turn to shine. Izuku walked up, and a few thugs saw him and made room for him. He looked at Eraserhead. It's nice to finally meet you, Eraserhead. Too bad it's not on good terms. Eraserhead got ready to fight. Zero, I'm sure Aizawa-sensei got this. I mean, he is a pro after all. Nizu, I wouldn't be so sure on this one. Izuku threw a knife while at the same time Eraserhead threw his capture weapon. Izuku grabbed it and did a flip toward Eraserhead, who was surprised by it. Izuku pulls out another knife before cutting a bit of Eraserhead's cheek. He jumped back to gain some distance. He, of course, blinked, and when he looked up to see Izuku, he was no longer there. He looked around, trying to see where he went. The next thing he felt was a stab wound on his side. He turns and sees Midoriya right there jamming a knife to his size. You're good, but you're not built for an endurance fight. Izuku pulls the knife out before dodging a kick and jumps away to gain some distance. Kaminari, holy CRP, Midoriya got a clean hit on Aizawa-sensei. Tokoyami, I'm scared to ask what quirk does he have to have him reappear right behind Aizawa in an instant? Kirishima, whatever it is, it's not good. Midobro is going to kill Sensei if someone doesn't help. I wonder where All Might is. After all, we came to deal some damage to this so-called hero society he create. Let me take a guess. The dumbass ran out of time. Aizawa's eyes widened. How? Midoriya gave him a cold, chuckled response. Next time tell the idiot not to be so reckless with showing his weak form. Izuku threw a knife again. Aizawa quickly dodged, but the next thing he felt was a punch right in the side where he got stabbed. He looked and saw Izuku was already there. Aizawa coughed some blood and rolled a bit from the hit. Izuku slowly makes his way over to Aizawa while spinning his knife. Take a good look, Eraserhead. This is what All Might create, the person who will bring your downfall. Izuku grabbed Aizawa by the scarf and picked him up some, and said, Tell Deku send his regard. Kirishima, I don't know what to say this. Ojiro, he beat Aizawa-sensei so effortlessly. Present Mike, I got nothing. The little listener knew one of your biggest weaknesses and in 2 shots beat you. Aizawa, I don't know if I should feel proud or angry since he is a villain. Slayer, I'll say a mixture of both. When Izuku was about to finish Aizawa, he had to jump out of the way because of a green fireball. He turned and saw his twin sister Izumi. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, get Aizawa-sensei out of here. Are you crazy? You saw what he did to a pro, said 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I know, but I can't let him die. My brother wouldn't do it, and neither will I. The two quickly grabbed Aizawa and made a beeline for the stairs. We'll come back for you. So, don't die, yelled Tsu while running. Izumi smiled and got in a fighting stance. I don't plan to. Izuku looked at her and then looked at Shigaraki. Do you want me to get Numu on her? No, it's not worth it, I'll take care of her. We need to save that thing, strength as much as possible for all might. He turned back and faced his sister. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗃, a fated battle between siblings. Inko, I wish these two didn't have to fight. Death, I got on Izuku. Nagant, okay, that's just not fair and you know it. But I got on Izumi taking this win. Inko, are you guys betting on my children? Death, maybe. Inko, why? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Death, this is something we do and don't worry, this isn't your Izuku. Inko, there are still my kids in some world. Death, alright fine, we won't bet. Inko, thank you. She smiled. Death Sensei had his finger crossed beside him. You know Eraserhead was pretty stupid not to at least one person back him up or something. He could have put some faith in you all, but you're even stupider to fight me alone. I don't know if I don't try. Izumi made green fire appear and threw it at Izuku, who jumped in the air to dodge the attack. She lifted the fire to go toward Izuku, who threw a knife at her, which she was barely able to avoid, but it cut her cheek, and it threw off her aim with the fire only escape him. She gained her bearing back and looked up, but when she looked to see if he was still in the air, he was gone. The next thing she felt was a hand on the back of her neck. Izumi Midoriya Quirk Pyrokinesis, quick that allows you to manipulate fire with your mind. You have great control of it, but if you overuse it, not only would you overheat yourself, you can cause yourself to get dehydrated, and cause yourself a migraine overall, a very powerful quirk in the right hands. Izumi turns her head a bit to look at her attacker. How do you know so much about my quirk and my name? Izuku smiles, I know your brother. Izumi's eyes widened at this. Snipe, we need to know what his quirk is. Because all this reappearing and disappearing in a blink of an eye is a huge problem. Midnight, I'm more worried about the girl. Not only is she fighting her sister, but she clearly outmatched young Midoriya, clearly knows how to beat her. Nizu, I hate to say it, but unless All Might can get there quickly, the students are in trouble. All Might, please let me make it in time and save them and young Midoriya. Please. My brother. Where is he? Sorry, not telling unless you beat me. Which you won't. Izumi tries to spin and swing at Izuku, who dodged the easy swing and slap her. He then kicked her, causing her to skidded away from him. Izumi made 3 fireballs and threw them at Izuku, who acrobatically dodged them. He threw another knife at her feet and one toward her, which she avoided again, but when she turned to look back at him, he was gone. She then got a back fist which stunned her. She tried to look to the side to see Izuku, but he was gone. She was then kicked in the air. Izuku was under her when he kicked her. He jumped and spun them toward the ground, slamming her into the ground, landing on top of her. There was a loud cracking noise heard, and she let out a scream of pain. Everyone in the theater who was a hero winced at that. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗃, I knew Deku-kun could be scary, but I was expecting this. Azui, I hope Midoriya-chan doesn't kill his sister. Jiro, I feel really bad for her. Not only is she fighting a villain, but it's her brother Greenhead. This has to SCK for her. Shoji, this just goes along with the fact that I said Midoriya is the scariest person in a one-on-one fight. All Might, please let me get there in time. All Might was sweating a bit, hoping his other self would make it in the nick of time. Dabi, dude, why didn't you grab the kid? He's kicking butt. Shigaraki, well, I didn't know this. And that you down for the count? Izuku got off, don't worry, I won't kill you. I might be a villain, but you're not my target. Your brother talk highly of you. Izuku begins to make his way back over to Shigaraki. Azui, that's good to hear. Stain, so he just wants to rid the world of fakes. I like this one. Tell me. Izuku turns a bit to look at Izumi, who slowly tries to get up but is in pain, and she coughs some 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗃. How do you cough? No. My brother. That I cannot say, but let's say I meet you before he disappears forever. Izumi's eyes widened. What did you do? I did nothing to him. He was broken by this society that foolish hashtag built, and I'm going to do that kid a favor. He walked over to Izumi and picked her up. I'm going to change it. He threw her at the stairs. She coughed some more 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗃. I would stay down if I was you. I might not be so merciful if you get up. 2. Inko, Please stay down. Inko was doing her best to hold back the tears. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃 wouldn't, right? Todoroki? I can't say, after seeing what his past was somewhat like him doing something like killing isn't too far gone now. Just then both of them heard a voice. Izumi. They looked up and saw 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃 jumping off the stairs towards Izuku. He blocked the dropkick before throwing her back toward the end stairs, which she was thankful was able to land on her feet, almost losing her balance. Mina, let's go 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃. Azui, you save her in the nick of time. Ida, I think this should allow them to turn the tide of battle, he said while chopping his hand at his friend. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃, guys, it wasn't that great, plus I'm going against Deku. I might not win this, she said, rubbing the back of her head. Izuku, don't say that 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃-san, I'm sure you can give the other me a run for my money, he can't take you lightly. He smiles at her, which causes her to blush and look away. Slayer, I will keep winning until it can, damn it. And you might be. Don't say anything. They turned to see Izumi slowly getting up, holding her side a bit, that a Villainous giving away our 𝗵𝗃𝗲 problem. He already somehow knows my name ****, somehow I need to find out how knows my brother. Wait, your brother? You mention you have one. This guy might know where he is. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃 got into a fighting stance. Then let's get him, we might finally find where he is. Shigaraki looks at Izuku. So, do you want the 𝗵𝗃𝗲 now? Izuku put his hand up to stop Shigaraki. Thanks for the assistance, but I like to save that thing for All Might. I can handle this. Kaminari, man Midoriya sure is cocky. I never thought I would see the day. I don't think he will win this one. Nizu, I wouldn't be so sure. Ida, why is that, principal? Death, look at the situation currently. Right now, he has knowledge on them. One of them is badly wounded to the point she might need medical assistant. One at this point time has no hand-to-hand combat experience and is going someone who has some level of basic training, plus neither of them know what his quirk is, plus they have the 𝗵𝗃𝗲 waiting in the background with a couple thugs still standing and Ashy Boy himself. And no All Might in sight. This is clearly a fight that is not in their favor. Kaminari. Oh, Izuku flipped 2 knives he had. As he got ready to fight them, he heard a loud, annoying voice. He quickly moved out of the way. The explosion misses him. When the smoke clears, he sees one of the 2 people he wants to see, Katsuki Bakugo. Jiro. I know I'm not supposed to root for a villain, but for once I want villain Midoriya to win. Is that wrong of me? Slayer. No, you be surprised, I know a handful of people who wouldn't mind Mr. Explosive Pineapple to kick the bucket. Mitsuki, I don't know how to feel about this. Death. For now just keep watching. Katsuki Bakugo. Well, if isn't the Mr. Great Hero himself, or whatever hero you suppose to be. Kirishima and Bakugo got in a fighting stance. Kirishima asked Bakugo, Hey, Baku bro, do you know this guy? I don't. Red hair, he's just some lame villain who I'm about to take down. Oh, I'm the villain after all the you said and done, but I'm the villain, I can see why he ran away now. What the hell you on about, you demon rabbit? Bakugo, that villain. He knows something about my brother. Izumi yells at the 2. Bakugo had a shocked look before he smiled. Look like I won't be killing you today. I'm bringing you in. Izuku then said anything and tilted his body to the side before he charged at Bakugo, who charged at Izuku. As soon the 2 got close, an ice wall appeared, causing both of them to jump back. They turned to see Todoroki showing up to the fight. What the hell, half-half? Stay out of this. Humans. 𝗬𝗲𝗪𝗃. Alright, they're Bakugo, Kirishima, 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃, Todoroki, and Izuku's sister. There is no way Midoriya wins this. Izuku, I hate to say it, but I think, my other self I think got this. 𝗬𝗲𝗪, how? Slayer, it like Death Sensei said, Izuku has knowledge on all their quirks and he is still rearing to go. He knows especially Mr. Explosive Dog and his sister quickly. He made short work of both Izumi and Aizawa. He doesn't look a little bit worried. Sigh, I should be worried, but smile, I'm not, I guess you can. I'm nearly the All Might for villain outnumber and surround. You would think I'm a hero in this situation. Are you enjoying this? Asked Kirishima. Maybe. They all got ready when the USJ door bust opened. And they hear, I am here. The students all had smiles on their faces. Took you long enough, All Might. Izuku yells up top. All Might wastes no time to rush straight down to the central plaza, taking out all the small fry with ease. The Numu took the blow for Shigaraki, and Izuku dodged the swing. He dodged, thought All Might. Well, you sure took your sweet time getting here. I thought my partner over there would have killed some of your students. But now it's time for the final level. Leave now, students, I will handle this. In no way All Might this guy mind, said Bakugo. I hate to agree with the Mr. Explosive personality, but that green hoodie villain knows something about my brother, said Izumi, getting in a stance, wobbling a bit. Your brothery understand I will get that villain. I need you students to stay back. I wouldn't try to take me and the Numu on alone this time, All Might. All Might look around for the voice, and he felt someone leaning on his back. You're already on a time limit. I'm clearly a much harder fighter than the little street thugs you took out. Every student and All Might had a surprised expression on their face. Bakugo looked at the spot the Izuku was at and saw he was no longer over there, and looking back, and he saw him just leaning on All Might. Toga, he's so cool. Twice, that was nice / it wasn't all that. Dabi, I'm really starting to hate the fact we grabbed the wrong kid. Knight, I'm starting to worry for All Might. Mirio, the fact Midoriya has been able to dodge All Might up to this point and surprise him like that shows this isn't looking good for you guys. Shota, who would have guessed it only took Midoriya to SW's sides to just everything. Death, one piece on a chessboard can change the entire frame of the game. I'll give you a little hint. If you want any chance here, fight our anti-symbol of peace over there and let's see if your little group of heroes has what it takes for the big league. Izuku patted his back and walked back to the group he would be fighting. They all got in a fighting stance. So, let's see what you guys are made up of. Izuku pulled out 2 knives and got ready. Bakugo wasted no time charging in and going for a right hook. Izuku backflip and spun on his hand to kick Bakugo, who blocked the kick. Kirishima and Uraraka both charge in afterward, trying to get a hit or a touch on Izuku. He dodges their failed attempt to hit him. Izuku sees Izumi making green fireball appear and is about to get ready to fire them. He throws a few knives out into different parts of the field around them. One of the knives hit Izumi in the leg, breaking her contraction and causing her to fall to the ground. Katsuki came to a stop. Izumi, you really shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent. I thought you of all people should know that. Izuku said behind Bakugo. Bakugo went for a swing with gauntlets, but Izuku jumped over it and put his hand on Bakugo's hair. He then used the momentum to throw Bakugo toward Kirishima, who caught him with his body but got sent flying back some. Todoroki sent a wave of ice toward Izuku. Izuku disappeared, and Todoroki was looking around to see where he would appear. Before he could look to his left, he kicked right to the temple. Izuku didn't stop there. As soon as he landed, he grabbed Todoroki by his shirt and kneed him right in the stomach a few times. Todoroki grunted in pain but covered himself in ice for Izuku to jump back. Right when his foot landed, he reappeared behind Izumi, who was pulling the knife out her leg as she tried standing. I told you, you should have stayed down. Izumi had a shocked expression as she turned her head to look at Izuku, who kicked her right in the stomach in the air. Izumi screams in agony and coughs out some blood. Izumi said, everyone, all class Tokoyami, this is getting bad. Momo, I know how much more I can watch. Why is Izumi getting it the worst? You would think he would target Bakugo after everything he has done. Slayer, it is because he is attacking their weakness unit right now. Pony, Slayer, in most fights like this a smart villain attacks your current most cripple point. It not only lowers morale but it can help cause chaos. Her stubbornness is what is going to get her killed at this rate if this keeps up. She should have left as soon as Bakugo and Kirishima showed up. She got out of the way. Her staying in this fight is not helping, it makes her a liability. Nizu, I have to agree with him. No, when there is a good reason to retreat / fall back, no one is invincible. All the students nodded their heads at his words. DMNU? Bakugo rockets himself toward Izuku, who throws a knife at him. Bakugo puts his guard up, but he wasn't expecting Izuku to be right in front of him, who punches him right through his guard. Izuku begins to beat Bakugo. He picks him up and knees him right in the back. Oh, death, oh, a backbreaker. Izuku threw Bakugo off his leg and saw Kirishima charging at him. "You'll pay for that." Izuku started dodging all Kirishima swings and was smiling while dodging. He then pulled out another knife and cut up Kirishima, who got torn up. Kirishima collapsed and passed out. He then went over to Bakugo and stood over him. "Well, it seems this little game is over. I guess you're not the great hero you call yourself." Bakugo looked angry at him. "It's cute to see you already care for someone even though for most of your life you didn't. You want to make that green hair girl happy after a colossal F-up thinking she might gain feeling for you. But, let me tell you something." Izuku got down and whispered to his ears, "She will never have feelings for you, Kaken." Bakugo's eyes shot open when he heard that nickname. "Mineta, man, Midoriya is scary." "Momo, I hate to agree with him but he right." Midoriya single-handedly took down some of the class strongest without breaking a sweat. "I fear for what would happen later on with him and the others if he crosses paths. Best genist. I knew he was talented but even this I was not expecting. Present Mike, we really dodge a bullet?" Izuku then quickly got off Bakugo to grab a hand that was about to touch him. He looks and sees Uraraka. "Impressed you almost got there, cute face." "CC cute face. I wish we could stay and chat but..." Izuku punches Uraraka in the stomach. She coughs and gasps for air. "I think it's time for me to go." He let go of Uraraka, letting her fall to the ground out cold. He turned and saw All Might seeing the Numu through the roof of the I guess this was a failed attempt but not fully. Izuku looked around him and all the injured students he took down. "I would say this should do some damage to the Hero Society. Whoever said we have to destroy it in a day? All we have to do is crack it piece by piece." Izuku smiled. "Defo, this kid's..." Smiling. Izuku got a shiver down his spine for some reason, and he couldn't quite pinpoint from where this time. All Might stood tall and believed he was victorious, but he didn't see a knife flying toward him. The next thing he felt was shoes on his back, causing him to fall forward slowly. "You shouldn't be standing there so proud when you're at your limit," said Izuku. Izuku then stabs All Might in his weak spot, who coughs up a ton of blood. He jumps over All Might before delivering a kick to him, causing him to get sent skidding across the ground. The stream was coming off his body. Izuku went over to Shigaraki, who smiled at him. "Well, Deku, consider me impressed. The fact that I didn't think you would take out so many students alone and hurt the hell out of the so-called symbol of peace." All Might was leaning on his elbows, trying to stand up. "I am disappointed we didn't take down the symbol of peace. Don't worry, with him taking such a badly beating with Eraserhead and a few students beaten down this would damage Hero Society. No one ever said we can't start cracking away at the Hero Society." Kurojirai opens a portal for them. Shigaraki smiles and looks at All Might. "Let this be known we are the League of Villain. Let be known we here and we are going to destroy this so-called Hero Society." Izuku then looks at all of them and smiles at All Might as well. "Tell Kaken, Deku sends his regards." The portal closes. The rest of the heroes showed up, quickly gathered all the hurt students, and rushed to urgent care. Not only did the villains got away, but they successfully made many people question their faith in heroes and Yue. After word got out, 5 students were injured, 2 had to be rushed to urgent care, and 2 teachers as well. The villains got their first victory against the Hero Society. We see a picture of Izuku and Shigaraki looking down at the heroes, smiling. The screen fades to black.